yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No day for fantasy. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Good Sunday morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Astrology for Mystics with Jenn. And you know what? Sunday is church for a lot of people, and it's church for us too. Where two or more are gathered, right? Where two or more are gathered. And when we come together and we bring our Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. My son did those for me. He sure did. It was a couple of years ago, and AI was just becoming available. I don't know. I don't know. It was a new thing to us a couple of years ago, and he sent them to me. Of course, we've got chickens. And when he sent those to me, I thought, wow, isn't that beautiful? It shows me and my heart center in a big way. Chickens, Jesus, and astrology in no particular order. Spot on, girl. Spot on. So this morning, I thought, after yesterday's live and Todd coming in, I've never seen Todd before. Todd coming into the chat, it showed me that maybe just an every week thing isn't good enough. Maybe just every time I go live, I need to offer my services because a lot of people are in pain. I'm not saying Todd's in pain, okay? I'm not saying that he's in pain. I just think that he has some things to talk about. And sometimes we just need people that we don't know that can look at some insight and validate the pain that we're going through or the things that we're going through at the time, right? It can be a beautiful thing because I say over and over again that astrology is psychology. And so before I get to looking at the charts and talking about maps or anything like that, I want to quickly let you guys know that and have it recorded once again that the reason why I began studying astrology, it was actually my last stop, when it was my last stop. I'd studied, I've been studying esoteric wisdom since I was 17. And when I went into college, that's all I wanted to read about. That's all I'm really interested in, is the things that we have to go beneath the surface to understand. And I challenge myself every day to understand things that other people simply just aren't really taking the time to understand. And this ancient wisdom, it's been with us I mean, it's ancient. So this ancient wisdom is something that we have been programmed, right? We've been programmed by the church, by the elders, by our society, by the quote unquote science. And we're programmed and we latch on to these superstitions. The other day, I told my granddaughter, I said, don't open that, don't open the the umbrella in the house, babe. It's bad luck. And my ex-husband looked at me and he said, Jen, why are you teaching her superstition stuff like that? And I said, I don't know. But anyway, Lily, don't do that. But then I got to thinking about that. And I was like, wow, why do we teach that? That things are hands off. You can't touch it. I mean, we know that if the stove is hot, you don't touch it. That's not superstition. It's a big difference. So when I began to really get into astrology, because I dabbled a little bit into the esoteric side of the astrology, I understood the Greek and the Roman myth, all the mythos. I'd already studied all that. And the myth, the stars were shining before they were ever given names. And those names became gods to the ancient people. And they are still gods to some peoples. They're not gods to me. They're just expressing themselves at the ground level. We are electromagnetic beings. We are bioelectric. We're conduits. I mean, that's really what we are. If you look into the human anatomy and you begin to study that aspect of humanity, you're understanding that we are conduits for information. So when I began to get into astrology, I was going through a lot. I was going through a lot. And I had just lost Skylar. Skylar called me mom. Her and my daughter were sisters, and she lived with me. She was my boyfriend's daughter, and we were together about 8 years, and she passed away. I'd had a stepson pass away from leukemia. She passed away from anaphylactic shock, and I wondered why this was a pattern. Patterns were showing up that I could not understand, and we are all psychic type of peoples, right? We understand and we recognize patterns, and that's what our psychic body definitely recognizes, whether we confront those patterns or not. So I confronted those patterns and I wanted to understand more. And there was a lady a year prior who had printed out a lot of descriptions of my birth chart. And I went looking for it. I was frantic. I was having a meltdown. And when I finally found it, I was like, "Oh my god, she's got my birth time wrong. Does that matter?" I call her up. She's at the airport. She's listening to me. I'm frantic. She's like, "Oh my god, I just now." I'm like, "Just now. Get about to get on an airplane, Jen. I don't even know about astrology enough to tell you if it matters or not." So if I get stumped on a question and I need it answered, I'm going to stay on it, okay, until I can answer that question. I can't move on. Anybody that knows me will tell you that. And I might get upset about it. Ask Jeff. So, with all that said, I realized that my birth time does matter because she had me rising my ascendant in Taurus. My ascendant isn't in Taurus. I'm Gemini. I rise in Gemini. She was using Placidus. I use Placidus. So she just had my birth time wrong. And when I started understanding that what she sent me was wrong, there was no doubt in my mind that I had to get a software. I mean, I had about $500 in the bank and I spent most of it just to get my software. I didn't care. So, y'all, the birth time matters. It literally matters in the state of matter. And since that day, many years ago, I realized after studying myself, studying these patterns, I realized that this is a beautiful tool to use for therapy to understand the whys. Why? Why is this always happening to me? Why is this a pattern? Why is this taking place? Why are these children dying? What's it all about? What's it all for? I mean, I carried around a medical book like a Bible for years. So once I started studying astrology, man, I started realizing that all the literature that I had read, all of the research papers that I'd read over the years, all of the history that I'd read about the mythos, I was reading them easily, easily. I could look at a glyph and go, "Oh, I know that. I understand what that is." Zeus is magnetism. Zeus liked little boys. Zeus was married, but he liked little boys. And that seems to be a theme with the ancient ones. Yeah, girl. I mean, that's the name of the game right there. Because then, let's say you get stung by a bee. You can screenshot that bee sting and you can go onto the software, pull that time up, duel it out with your birth chart, and you can see what has taken place. Or you can buy will it, you know? You can do a buy will. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Good to see you, Donna. Good to see you, sweetheart. Deanna, Jeff, Copenhagen, Shauna, I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Jilly D. D Green, look at you. Look at you already in the chat. Exactly. Don't walk with just one sock on. My dad used to tell me, oh, if you're, when it's cold outside, you have to have socks on. Gotta have socks on. And we still think about I still think about that. Don't be walking around. Hey, smack talker, if you're still in here, don't be walking around with your head wet. You know, go outside with a hat. It's just all of these, all of the advice, I guess, that I would have gotten. My mom and dad were into the church. My dad's a Catholic. My bio dad was a Methodist minister for many years, and then he graduated from Vanderbilt, got a degree in theology and a doctorate, and he just gave up being a minister. He just didn't believe in the things that he was communicating after many, many years. He just didn't believe the things that he was communicating to his congregation. So he became a math teacher, and he was a hell of a math teacher. And my dad was also a teacher and a coach. My mom worked hard. She's worked hard her whole life, but she grew up in the church, played the organ in the church. My grandmother raised me a lot with my cousins, and she was more into superstition stuff. We grew up we've got a family cemetery that's next door. So she used to joke around with us and scare us about the cemetery and the ghosts in the cemetery and stuff like that. And she had a calendar. My grandmother's in her 90s now. She's almost 100 years old, but she had a calendar that had astrology. And she used to show us all the time the medical astrology. And I really never thought much about it. I mean, but we are programmed. We're programmed to think that it's off limits. We're, doing something bad. And I think that that's where a lot of people get stuck. And it's sad. It is sad because think about how many Christians were celebrating Halloween. Think about how many people do celebrate Halloween. I mean, it's a trip. Yeah. Yeah. My grandmother is the woo woo in the family too. But you know what? She goes to church too. But she's very open. My grandmother's always been very open minded. And when I when I started doing astrology, she was taken back. She didn't really know what to think about me. I think my whole family thought I was going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs because I wanted to leave real estate. And the other thing too, the main drive that I have with mapping kids, looking at kids' cases and things like that is because I know what happened to Josh and Skylar. I have closure. I understand everything about that time period, but they don't. They have no closure, none. And this is a way that I can give back. And I will try every single day to get better because I do see the science and the patterns with mapping. If I didn't see it, I definitely wouldn't waste my time doing it. But I do see it. And when cases are solved, I can show you. I can show you where they were found. Does that mean that I'm going to pinpoint the exact place? No, probably not. I probably won't. But if I don't try, then I mean, I've got to try. I've got to try. And so there's cases that I've been working on. We know that I'm working on Sebastian Rogers, Jack and Lily. I woke up this morning thinking about Jack and Lily. There's a lot of things that are coming to Canada, to Jack and Lily's case. There is a lot that is coming to not just their case, but Sebastian's case, to Summer's case. It's almost like they're all converging together and just throwing up on itself with a lot of new information. And there's going to be some setbacks. There'll be some setbacks before we can move on. That's the game of that's the name of the game in life. There could be some setbacks, right? Happy birthday, Donna. That is too funny. That is too funny. The thing about the burning of witches, and it's so sad because these women were not witches. They were healers. They were healers. Can't have that, right? You can't have you can't have strong women come together and go against the narrative of the government. So misunderstood, exactly. Really? Really? That's interesting. That's interesting because I don't know how that's gonna work out for her. The two guys that have been, talking about the car, the vehicle, that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. And we can't forget that the RCMP did take video, the cam footage from that lady, and it makes you wonder what's on it. What did they hear? What did they see? We've got a I think it's called a trail cam. Is that what it is, Jeff, that we have that we need to set back up to see if we can see the fox come around or not? I think it's called a trail cam. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, it is called a trail cam, but that woman, yeah. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on. Because this is some interesting stuff right here. Let me show you. Let me share my screen. I want to This is what I'm really interested in. Hold on. Let me see if let me get Cherry off of here because the little girl Cherry, she went missing 40 years ago, plus years ago. I mean, this little girl got off the school bus, 8 years old, and was taken from her driveway. And so I've been working on that one this morning too, trying to find her. Would she be? She goes missing in Pennsylvania. Look how close Ohio is right here. And look how close West Virginia is. Then we could even go up here into New York. But anyway, I was working on that this morning. Let me show you guys Jack and Lily. When I first looked at it, I was thinking that maybe it's possible that the people on the reservation could have taken them, but could be something different. That group, it could be this woman, her cam. So this is the woman that had the trail cam. And this is where Canada's Mars is. And what is Mars? What's Mars? Mars would be the car. Mars would be the car. So if we could, and it's squaring Zeus in their seventh house of relationships and partnerships in Aries. So Mars, Aries, Aries rules Mars, right? So we could be looking at a vehicle or hearing a vehicle go by her home. You understand what I'm saying? So this is very important. And I don't want us to lose sight that this woman gave her trail cam footage to the RCMP. So we don't want to lose sight of that, right? And if we look at the missing, it's right there too, you know? So this is what an astrologer like myself wants to see, right? I want to see this. Are y'all following me? Like, y'all still with me? The one house that you brought up on a corner, was that a black one? I'm not sure. That house? I don't know. Let's look at it. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, so check this out. What we learn here from the past brings a huge weight of home on this angle. So we see a home, right? There's a home. We're talking about a home. And Selena, she learns. She's a teacher. She's going to teach us something. And it's conjunct Hades. So Selena and Hades are in conversation. What she learns brings a weight. And Chronos is about timing. The timing, when the timing is right, we're going to understand. And the missing, this is showing up in the 12th house, things of the past. Things of the past. Okay, so we have another missing angle here. The missing moon in the first house of Cancer. And it's squaring. Here we go. Here's the square with Mercury. What is Mercury? The media. Mercury is 2. Could that be the 2 guys? Could that be the 2 kids? And look, it's in Aries. So we are reflecting on a car. We are reflecting at this home or a home, and it's squaring Mercury. So I want to see where that Mercury is. But first, let's see if Daniel is there. And yes, he is. Daniel's south node, where he's been before. He's been here. He's been here. It won't show up to see if I can go down this road. So he's been here before. Fate with woods, business, and authority. Boom, bam. Boom, bam. Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's look at Malaya. Don't have her here. What about Lily? Don't have her here. What about Jack? Don't have him here. Let's go a little bit wider. Now let's look. Malaya, Lily, Jack. So Lily and Jack are showing up over here, and Lily's over here. So let's go over here. So we've got Canada. This is where they meet their midheaven. They meet their midheaven here. There's a house. Do you think that they got footage from that house too? Maybe, because they're meeting their midheaven here. Don't know who lives here, but Jack and Lily are also here. In time, what is hidden is revealed. Possible pond, murky water, trash, hidden sex. And I say that because, look, Lily's Chronos is here. So in time, it's about the timing. And there's a good standing with Scorpio, with the wisdom of Scorpio. The things that are hidden with the investigation. Scorpio is, we've got to go underneath the surface to find them. They could be contained in something. We could even be looking at, a mine shaft, a cave, something like that, There's a containment there. And Jack's Uranus and Taurus is sextiling his Hades in Cancer. So his Hades in Cancer is a 1036. Lily's Chronos in Cancer is a 1036. That was in transit that night. And guess what? I think the lunar nodes are of Malaya, 1036. But this is where they all meet up on this angle. So we have to look at the trine. Let's look. Their IC is in Capricorn, so their lowest point is in Capricorn. So we're looking at Taurus, Capricorn, and Scorpio. So now I want to go back. I want to go back to Daniel. Where was he? I want to go back to this missing, I think. I want to see that Mercury. I want to see that Mercury because I'm interested in that Mercury. Look at that. So we're going to go up here. We're going to go this way. Let me turn on my addresses. Hold on. Let me turn on my addresses. And let's look at this Mercury. It's right beside Justin Smith's mom or whoever would live there that Justin knows on Gerlach and McLeod. So the missing moon is challenging because a square is a challenge, right? It's a 90-degree angle. When I place you on the Earth's terrain and I map you, I'm squaring you up. I'm squaring your natal chart up because it's a challenge. It's a square to even come here. I'm squaring you up. So we go through Matheson Road. We go to the left, to the west, right through here. Is Canada? Let me see. Okay. Let me see if Daniel is showing up here. And he is. Look at that. Let's see if Malaya is showing up. And she is. Look at that. What about Lily? She's over here. She's over here on Justin's property. What about Jack? Where's he at? Oh, what'd I do? All right. So Jack is over here with Lily. All right, let's keep going. I've got a cemetery here. Ooh, a cemetery. Are we by a cemetery? Possibly. I've got a cemetery here. The Mercury is, during the missing event, Mercury is in that 10th house, and the 10th house is the public image. Daniel's Pluto is here. What's hidden with warring is found on this angle. All things intense, investigative, and could represent containment, pawns, trash. Malaya's Saturn in Aries. Well, she's going through a Saturn return. It's not here yet, but she's already feeling it. Obviously, she's already feeling her Saturn return. Some people don't even make it past their Saturn return. They really don't. They really don't. But hers is, look at that. It's faded with her Chiron in Scorpio. Okay, so we'll have to go to that Scorpio angle too, because remember, Lily has the Poseidon in Scorpio. Her mother, Malaya, she has a fate that is taking place with her Saturn and the Chiron. And usually we want to look to the mom. We want to see where the mom's Chiron is. Is that where we're going to find the kid, right? So we definitely need to look at that Scorpio, but let's go on up and let's make sure we don't see anything else here. We're going into Alma. I've got a couple of addresses. River empties into here. There's the Proudfits Home Hardware. Huh. I thought that was interesting. Okay, let's look at this. So we're going here. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, so now we're going here. This is where all the Scorpio energy would be. And we find that they're all here. Canada, Daniel, Malaya, Lily. I would assume if we are looking for them going this way, they could be contained. They can't, wherever they are, they can't get out without somebody going beneath the surface to get them out. That makes sense. So we can definitely see that there's their houses here. What's hidden with warring is found here. Law enforcement, trash, pawn, investigation, death. There's an expansion here. Malaya Saturn. So could we be looking at, because the Saturn is here with Aries, could we be looking at an older person, somebody of authority? Could we be looking at woods? Let's see. This is Daniel. Daniel's Hygeia in Taurus, which is the other way, opposes Canada. 22 Scorpio Jupiter opposes Cupid. So, okay, so let me just say that if Daniel had anything to do with this, I have found a pattern where the perpetrator, I could look, if I knew the perpetrator, I could go, okay, the Cupid, the Neptune. I could look at the Cupid and the Neptune. So that's the reason why I mapped the Cupid of a perpetrator, if I know who the perpetrator is. But the reason why I mapped his Cupid here and the Hygeia is because it's about health. It's about values. And, we are coming up on a full moon in Taurus. So the moon is opposing Daniel here with his desires. Cupid is about your desires. So this, I think that I want to walk this angle with you guys real quick. Canada's Jupiter, again, it's about the expansion of the investigation, what we learn here. We've already looked at all of this. Missing Uranus so the Uranus is opposing the fifth house of kids. So the fifth house during the missing event is showing a relationship. That relationship was in the fifth house of kids. There is a consciousness raising experience with a relationship going this way. Opposing relationship, hidden sex, water, pond, trash, investigation, intense with kids and groups, maybe video. Juno in Scorpio is the same degree as Malaya's Mars. Mars, again, is this a vehicle? Malaya's Mars. Interesting. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. So we definitely have a road that goes down through here. Of course, I can't show it to you. I can't get on the ground and show that to you. But it would be something like this where you would expect, you would expect for them to find the kids. And we have a road that just, there's so much terrain. My God, there's so much terrain. And then what we could do is we could look at some of these, like his Cupid. How many, what's the degree of it? Okay, can we go that many, that mileage? Are we going 20 miles? Are we going 25 miles? We're going 17 miles. How many miles are we going to go before we can get to the kids? So this is where I would think that's the reason why I draw this wheel, is because I'm giving myself so many miles, and then I want to start drawing circles right around this outer wheel. So this is on Pembroke Road. Don't know anything about it. Let's keep going and see if I've got any addresses on this angle. And I do. I do. I've got a park. Let's look at that park. I got a park right here. And so if they were contained, let's say that, God forbid, okay, Daniel comes here, contains them. I don't think that the river is going this way, though. I almost think it would be going that way. What do you think, Jeff? Can you find that out for me? This is Stuaki, something like that river. I wonder which way it's gonna flow. Seems like it should go that way and empty up there, but I don't know. But God forbid he weighed them down or he did anything to them. It could be around this bend. I would just expect Canada to be really close, you know? I would expect Canada to be a lot closer, but it doesn't mean that that would be the case. Let's keep on going. What else do I have here? I have somebody's address, and there's the Indian Brook 14 Reserve, and there's the tribe. There's the tribe. There's a relationship during the missing event. I can't make it up. I'm not accusing anybody of the tribe. I'm just saying I can't make this up. And I hope to God that they didn't, but I don't know. If they no, I actually hope to God that they did because that would mean that the kids are okay. Wouldn't you agree? That would mean that the kids are okay, right? I'm sure Daniel does know every inch of the land. Yeah. And we can't say, well, he's been the only one. He's been the only one. Well, you know what? Look at that fat ass Stacy Wandra. I mean, point blank. And the fact that those two guys, I'm not even those two guys, like they know each other, and all of a sudden now we're hearing cars. Like I'm just not trusting that. I'm not trusting that. And there has been a relationship that has just come against Canada in a big, extreme way. And it's somebody that was locked up before. That would be the Bradley Wong. Now, if we go to Bradley Wong, let's move off of the tribe because that's where we have come to. That's where we come to. These tribes, I mean, they're showing up too. So let's go back up. And I want to show you Wong's house because I don't know if this is his house. And y'all, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know which one it is. If it's this one, I don't know. But now, if it's this one, I would think that he would live here. If he doesn't live here, if he doesn't live at this, what is this? 83 Lansdowne Station. If he lives at the 139 or the 97, I'm not really looking. I don't know. But whoever lives here, and I've been saying it since day one, whoever lives here, I wish we could talk to him. And if it is Wong that lives here, we got problems. We got major problems if he does live here. Because Malaya is here, and it's things that she learns. It's things that she learns. Lily is learning a lot of things that affects her health. Jack's flame of life is showing up here. The flame of life that is going to be reignited all the time. We have a breakup. We have a breakup with communications that is transforming health here. And during the missing event, this is going to Daniel and Malaya. Both of them. Both of them. Both of them. Okay. Here's Canada. This is where their Mercury is in the 11th house. Mercury is about two. Mercury is about communications. And it's things that they are learning, but what they learn is a major challenge. Why are two dudes inserting themselves about a vehicle that they heard in the middle of the night? They're in two separate locations, allegedly. And why was Justin even at the campground? Like, none of this is making sense to me. So that means that either it means that I don't have the information correct and I'd like to be corrected. That's what that means. We have Daniel here, his Venus and his Mars. So this is where we could find evidence. Okay. We're going to find evidence of things of Daniel and possibly a car. So that's why I'm thinking that this is Wong. And if it's not, I really want to know who this is because they've got a story to tell. Groups. And so Canada is meeting their north node here. This is where they meet their north node. Their south node is in Pisces in the fifth house of kids. So the fifth house of kids is going the opposite direction. But this is where they are moving to. They've already been there. This is where they're moving to. You see what I'm saying? And then we've got Malaya. Her north node is also here. So we've got Canada's north node, Malaya. So they're sharing a fate. They're sharing a fate here. And guess what? Her north node opposes Jupiter. It opposes Jupiter, her sun, Mars, her south node, Astrea, Mercury, all of that. She has a major opposition with the lunar nodes of fate. This looks like it could be a pond. It could be a shadow. I don't know. I don't know. It could be some type of shadow. But if I go back up and I look, that's the pond right there, maybe. But if I look, we've got all of this water. We've got water right here and it flows. I can see it flowing down. Let me take these lines off so you can see it too. Check this out. It goes from up here, there's water, and then it looks like it flows right through here. And it goes all the way down and back of those houses. And then it comes down here. This is what it looks like to me. I don't know. And then we cross over the road with that water and it comes down here. You can see it. And it keeps on going. And it keeps on going. And then I don't see anything else. And I know all about, hold on, it could be going like this. It could be going like that. Look, because there's more water. So that looks like a retention pond. I think that's what yeah. Yeah. So we got it's gonna form like a creek. It's formed a creek bed here. That looks like a pond too. That definitely looks like a pond. Hold on. Let me turn these on again. That definitely looks like a pond. And see, this is a retention pond. And it's just gonna keep on going. This water is gonna keep on going. So those are creek. That's a big ass creek. You can see it right through there too. Right through there. You see what I'm saying? Like, look at that. We've got a runoff here, a runoff of water, storm water. And it looks like it's gonna go right through here. Look at that. Interesting. And the missing south node is here. So the missing event has their south node in Virgo. Malaya has her north node. So I don't know. We could be looking at the murky water right there though. Let me look. Hold on. Let's see something here. Let me look at this. If we have any more, that looks like a retention pond right there. Don't it? Yep, it definitely is. Flame of life reignited with Canada here in regard to past communications and travel. Let's look at these. Let's see if anybody else is showing up here. And they are. Relationship. So that relationship could even come in time too. A relationship that would find them. That's a Sag energy. Hey, me and you, Kimberly. Y'all, thank you for hanging out with me. Jack's North Node. Okay, so his South Node is here where he's been before. Where he's been before. And we know that Jack jumped the fence when he was 2 years old and went wandering off while his parents were doing God knows what. So we don't see Daniel and Malaya, but that doesn't mean anything because I've got 9 angles for Malaya and 10 for Daniel. So it doesn't really mean anything. But look at that. And then this, where is this going to go? Where's that going to take us? Looks like it's going to go through here. This is where Jack gets a wake-up call. Possibly get stuck. Let's see. Wisdom comes here on May 14th. Interesting. Huh. May 14th. May 14th. Hold on. When did let me look at my notes. Okay, Justin Smith called it in May 17th. Bradley Wong called in to the RCMP on May 9th. But this could have something to do with that. Look at that. Look at that. Lilies. So we've got a relationship. But we can see the water. Can y'all see it? You can see it coming on down. Where does it go from here? Where does it go from here? Third outer wheel of Sag. There's Jack's Cupid. Looks like we see water here. Oh, shoot. Right through here. That's Nova Scotia. That's Nova Scotia. And see, there's only a few angles that I drew for Nova Scotia. I drew 8 just simply because I feel like, and I didn't even do the RCMP. I see water. I'm seeing water and I'm thinking, look, I'm right here again in the back. I'm sure they searched all of that though. I'm sure they came across the road. Where would that water end? You know, this could be a trail, but this could also be with, again, a trail of runoff. I mean, that looks like it's dirt, but that could, or a trail even. A trail. Is it a trail or where would you think that that could be just like a dry creek bed? Because I see a bunch of crevices where it would be a lot of runoff. I really do. That's a trip. That trips me out, man. It trips me out that I don't know. I wish I knew if this was Wong, if this was Bradley Wong, because It comes down through here. Look. So Jack's Uranus and Taurus it's in a good standing. It sextiles Hades and Cancer. So all the problems of home, all the problems that we have with mom and home, this is where Jack gets shaken up. He's going to get shaken up. And him and Lily are just, y'all, this is where they meet. I mean, this is where they're meeting right here. This is where they're meeting. I hate it, but they are. This is it. This is where they meet their midheaven. So we're either looking in here or they've been pushed down. And they could be in two separate places. He said he was in water waist deep. Yeah, I'm just wondering if he was here. I'm just wondering if he was here. And how are they going to get there? I mean, look, it's right there by the campground where Justin allegedly was there that morning. It's him and the dude Wong. It's just, now that they're coming into it, it's just all suspicious to me. If the kids did wander off and they crossed the road, let's look at. Let's go back. Come on, go, 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 go. Let's go back to their house. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Aw, where are they? They've got to sign up. They got to sign up. So we're looking. Oh, I'm getting a weird sense of smell. I'm thinking, I hate that about me. God dang. Okay, so would they have gone in these woods? Little bitty kids? Would they have gone in these woods and just kept on walking? I think she was ready to go to school. I think that they wanted to go to school. That's what I think. A woman allegedly saw them walking here, right? She and her son were driving and saw them walk in here on May 31st. This is when she reported seeing them, is on May 31st. And she reported on May 31st seeing them on May 2nd, the morning that they went missing. So, then Justin is supposedly here that morning. And, it's this area that I circled first. But now I'm wondering, and see, when I put it on the other map, it's not showing the dang water. And I hate that. It's not even showing the water that I was looking at. So I'm not, I digress with that. But you can definitely see a bunch of runoff, a bunch of runoff. This is all the Virgo energy with the health, and this is all the Piscean energy. The Piscean energy was going toward the school. The Virgo is coming down this way toward Bradley Wong's house, whichever one it would be. But this is definitely going, I can definitely see that runoff going this way. And then it looks like it takes a turn and it goes down through here. I wish I could see it. Like, dang it. I appreciate y'all being here. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm sure y'all have because y'all are just awesome. Let's see. All right, so let's go to Michael Monkeys real quick because everybody's talking about them. Let me Yeah, I do have shoot. I hate to say that, but I do have a hot spot around the landfill in Idaho. I've not decided whether or not because, you got Idaho here, and look how close to Oregon we are. Why wouldn't he have taken them this way into Oregon? Or not them, Michael Monkey Vaughn. The thing about Wandra saying that he was in a trash bag, right? If he's in a trash bag, did they take him to the trash? It kind of seems like that could be the case. I mean, if they're saying that they put the little boy in the trash bag, did they take him to the trash? They bury him back there and then get spooked, dig him up and take him to the trash. I mean, at this point, would they even be able to find him? Or did he, contain him and put him here? I don't have any notes here. I just drew the lines. But I do wonder, here's their house. Of course, the missing event is there, Jupiter and Pisces with Mercury in Cancer. So let's look at that. Mercury in Cancer is going. Where's the Mercury? Did I not do the Mercury in Cancer? The hell? There it is. We're going this way. Missing Sun in Leo and the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, the things that are hidden sex, all that. It's critical with Mercury in Cancer. It would be 2 in the communications with 2. Or some type of evidence. Stacy's dark moon. This is his Chiron in Leo. I kind of like it going down through here. Make sure I got my addresses on. I do. I got my addresses on. I don't know if there would be I wonder if there's any dump sites down through here. Farmers Cooperative Canal, Vietnam Vets Memorial Highway. I want to stay over here. Because this is the missing Venus. This is Idaho's 5th house of kids, Venus. I mean, there's a canal. There's a canal right there. Let's look at that. I think that's the canal. Let me look. Hold on. Little monkey. He needs to be brought home. He needs to be brought home. They need to give him up. And that's the saddest thing is that when people hold on to these bodies for so long, it's like they don't want to give them up. They just want to hold on to them. It's the weirdest thing. But I mean, doing what they do is weird, right? So canal right there. Okay, so there would be that's I-84. Going under that bridge. There's that canal though that we were just looking at. It's the 5th house of kids. That was in transit when I learned that they had arrested him. that Venus and Leo was in transit with Idaho. They have a lot of wisdom. And this is where the missing Mars and Leo is going. So we could even go down through here. What is that? What is that? Is that a substation? Can you see that, Jeff? What is that? Can y'all see that? What is that? You think it's a substation? No. What is that little station right there? It like does a loop. Stacy's Chiron and Leo. Where's Brandy at? Do I have her Chiron? I do. I do have her Chiron. Let me see. Oh, that's right. Damn it. Her Chiron is going up here, though. There's the landfill. A breakup with her Venus. So it could be the landfill, or we could be going closer into the, we could be going into the mountains here. Because this is where she shares pain. She has a lot of pain here. With the communications with two people, it's very mental. There's a lot of mental health here. Damn, Idaho, they're Pluto, conjunct Vesta, conjunct Hygeia. So it's about death. It's a reigniting of the health. And if it's in Taurus, then he may not be buried at all. Stacy, let's go with, well, Sedna is here, and there's a lake. Sedna is about water. It's about a letting go. So hmm. Okay, so this could be a hot spot. Let me go ahead and put that there because I don't know. That's pretty far away. Let's look at it. Let's look at that. Let's see. You know what? You know what? Let's see. Let's keep on it going. Addresses, turn them on. Interesting. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning toward going that to that landfill and up through here. That's where our Chiron is. And a lot of times, I've said it before, it seems like there is a pattern. If you can find the mother, her Chiron and lead yourself. I mean, we can look at Sebastian Rogers like that, but I don't think that her Chiron is pulling it. I mean, it could be. It could be that, Katie's Chiron is pulling it. If we look at Sebastian from his house and we look at the Chiron of Katie, let's look at that. I really want just Katie. Where's the parents? There they are. So we just look at Katie. This is where her Chiron is going right here. It would go over the dude's house in the back, Mr. Carr. You don't think Ellie is allowed on the Indian reservation? I hope they are too. I hope that they're alive and well. I really do. Did you get my email on 2 places for Sebastian? I don't know if you had anything in those areas. Did I, Donna? Y'all send me emails? It could be a pumping station, Jeff? Interesting. Okay. A pumping station. A pumping station? Hold on, let me go back. You sent it yesterday? I'll look. I haven't gotten them. Let me see. I mean, is your email does it have Donna in it? I know Kylie has emailed me a bunch. Halloween night. I don't know. Hold on, let me go back. If that's a pumping station, does that mean what I think it means? Does that mean that if that was there's a body of water too. Damn, where did I find that pumping station? Where did I find that where did I find it at? Uh, Where was I? It was on by the interstate. It's right here. Hold on. There's something weird right there. Oh, God. That poor baby. His poor mother. I mean, we're right here. Hold on. There's the canal. Let's go back up. Here it is. There it is. You think that's a pumping station? So that would mean oh, that spot that we searched, girl. We just walked around it because I hadn't I hadn't went to it. I hadn't went to stop 30 yet. So that could be about the sewer or the water. Yeah. The storm drain system, the sewer. If it's a pumping station, that would be a sewer. Look at that, Jeff. Well, shit. What is that? And it would be right there by the well, it's not like right there by the canal, but it's huh. See, don't that look like a dirt trail? But look, let's look at it. It is. What is that? Oh shit, I'm getting further and further. It almost looks like towers. Like cell phone? Like a cell hell, I'm not even by it. Okay, so that's not it. Shit. Or maybe it is. Am I looking at it? Let's see. I am. I'm looking at it. Yeah, that looks like towers. You can see it. It looks like a tower and it's got little things on it. Maybe that's a cell phone tower. Jesus, why can't I see it? That's definitely a tower with something on it. Kind of looks like an oil rig. Looks like smoke comes from it. I know it almost looks 5G to me, but there's too many. There's too many to be 5G. What the hell is that? Let me just Google it. What's that big thing? What's that big tower in Idaho off of, let's see, where am I at? Off of I-84 in New Plymouth. I-84 in New Plymouth. The large tower near I-84 in New Plymouth is likely the old Nampa Water Tower, which was a prominent landmark for decades, although it has recently been demolished to make way for a new, larger, and more modern concrete water tower. The original tower was a familiar sight for those traveling along the interstate in that area. So the new tower has 1.5 million gallons of capacity and is more cost efficient. Hmm, interesting. Interesting. So it's a water tower. Wow. Okay. Well, interesting. Interesting. So that's a water tower, guys. Hmm. Well, and that's where his Chiron is going. So his Chiron, the fifth house of kids, the way that they create, and it's going right over it. And that's where the Venus and the Mars are. Venus is going through the canal. Okay, well, at least we know now, right? We know. We know what it is. Good deal, Lucille. Love it. Okay. So let's look at, I'm working on this one too, Harley, who went missing, Harley Morris, who went missing out of Tyler, Texas. That one is a strange one. He leaves the bar, walks, goes missing. Nobody has seen him since. Nobody has seen him since. And his mama is distraught. She is literally just distraught. Let's put that up here. I changed his location. So I got my lines are all messed up here. But she is pitiful. His mother is pitiful. You know, that's what you want to see with a mom. You know, like Michael's mom. Moms that have kids that are missing are showing a lot of emotion, unlike Katie Proudfoot. Unlike Katie Proudfoot. She's, you know, I can't get over her acting like her son's not missing. I just can't get over it. Just can't do it. Hey, hillbilly. Hillbilly. Makes me wonder where you living. You in Virginia or West Virginia? Are you in the hills, Tennessee? Where you at, hillbilly? Where are y'all from? If y'all don't mind, will you put in the chat where you're from? Let me know. Let me know. I'm interested to know. Okay, so let's look at the transits right now. Let's look at the transits. Let's look at it as a clock. Let's check this out. Let's look at the clock because the time is ticking. Time is ticking. Let's do entire screen so I can draw if I want to. Where y'all from? I'm gonna take me off. Hold on. Let me take me off. Let me take me off. Here we go. Now. Today is November 2nd. We're looking at the default, which is my default is Nashville, Tennessee, because I'm a native of Nashville, born and raised, originally from Germany, but now West Virginia, but no hillbilly. Girl, you can't be West Virginia and not be no hillbilly. I love Virginia and West Virginia. Went snow skiing. I think Snowshoe was in West Virginia. Went snow skiing there. Loved it. Loved it. Haven't been snow skiing in a long time. Look at this. Let's just God dang, why is it I'm always seeing Virginia show up with with Sebastian? Why? Why? Why am I always seeing this? Like, why? If he's not in Virginia, why does this keep showing up? Oh, this is the day that I was looking at. I'm interested to know how this is going to work itself out with Chris and Katie and their missing son and their Katie's stepdaughter. Oh yeah. Yep. All right. So I mean, I know I've talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it again. And I may talk about it again tomorrow with what I'm seeing tomorrow. That case with Cherry, Jules, the dog handler, she and I share a 1517. The first case that I ever worked on, she has that 1517 that's coming into transit with the lunar nodes of fate. The north node is in Pisces, south node is in Virgo. That 1518 is coming down to a 1517. Well, Jules, the dog handler, has the 1517. So do I. And that little girl, Cherry, that went missing, Cherry Mahan, went missing many years ago. She also has a 1517 in Virgo. So it's where they've been. And it's a magnetism with her health. So I see that case coming in hard. Hard. Like I said yesterday, there is a lot that's going on with Kamala Harris. It's only going to get more intense for her as Mercury is making its way. Mercury is making its way to that 506. That's just going to be in transit with Vulcanus and Leo. And then we're going to see Admetos and Gemini. Admetos and Gemini at a 507. It's going to come down to that 506. And then Mercury is going to come to that 506 and they're going to be at odds. They're just going to be in a big old fight. Big old fight from Scotland. Scotland. Even we could be related. We could be related. That's one place that I really want to go. I want to go to Scotland. I want to go to Ireland. I want to go back. I want to go back. I really do. Really, really do. So yeah, so there's a what I'm seeing, what I've been seeing this morning is definitely the Secret Service with their relationships. They are kicking it in. The Secret Service is got it. I mean, they're working overtime. That 2501 is also Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr., Senator Kennedy. There's definitely values that are taken. There's values in Libra with relationships in Virginia all day, all day, and tomorrow. Nina and her daughter are in transit with the law. And there's Sebastian. That 350 that Sebastian has in his 12th house outer wheel, sixth house outer wheel, it matches Tennessee. There's things going on in Tennessee today. And I'm sure it has to do with the SNAP benefits, but there's other things. There's other things going on in Tennessee. Now, let me just tell you, there's a reigniting of a flame with Mr. Chris Carr, with him, and the things that we have to dissolve, or that he would have to dissolve in order to really understand. And there's a big O shaky shake, a little wake up call that's coming for Seth, and the same degree that he shares with Melissa, Chris's sister. They have that 854 that's coming into transit, going to give him a little wakey wake, a little shaky shake for the future. The groups with video. And then we see that this 2543 is coming down into 2542. And guess what? You are being opposed, Katie Proudfoot. You're being opposed. I don't know if she's sick today. I don't know if she's gonna be sick, but she's got some problems going on here. She definitely has some problems going on, and it could be with an older male. It could be with the Woods authority, a business, the law enforcement. You're going back to the bushes. Okay, honey. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You have a spare room, girl. June, don't say that. My son will be calling you. He'll be dialing your number today. I'm serious though. With that's one place that we really want to go. We really want to go back there. I say go back there. It's just I've never been. I mean, I was born and raised here in Tennessee, but you know how that goes. When you look at your genealogy and I mean, I'm definitely Scotland, Ireland, definitely Irish. I think he traced me back to like my haplogroup 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years ago. Now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is Venus is going to come to a 2445. That 2445 is shared by the president of China. That 2445 is also the Saturn of Proudfoot Jr. We got a junior that's in Virginia, and his Saturn is going to be met. They're going to make contact. Venus is going to give a little kissy kiss to that Saturn. And I'm just hoping that something is going to break on these cases, because it looks like that they're all converging. These cases that I'm working on, it's almost like they're all converging in November, and just like, wow, it's big. It's big, big, big. Yes, me and you. Exactly. Yeah. I want to say I'm from, what was that? No, I, I1. Is it the I1 haplogroup? I1B. The I1B. I was an astrologer way back then. That's when astrology was, I mean, it was a norm. We didn't have clocks like this. We just looked at the sky. That was, like I said, it's, before we started naming them gods. It was just a way for us to know how to migrate. I mean. Yeah, but welcome in, June. Welcome in, honey. Thank you for hanging out in the bushes with us. Oh, Kimberly, I haven't seen that. Monkey's little sister talking to him. I haven't seen that. Oh, okay, Donna, have a good lunch, sweetheart. Have a good lunch. But yeah, so this is Chris Carr, Virginia, and then now we're at that 351. We're coming into a communications with me. The 353 is me. Other people in this case share it as well. So I imagine I'm going to hear from a couple of people today. I would imagine so, right? It's going to come to me and them. So we're going to be talking today. Look at that. The sun is shining at a 1033. It's coming to that 1036. The sun is going to be shining on the same degree that Jack and Lily share. Huh. That Jack and Lily share. Interesting. The sun is going to be shining. It's in the ninth house. A long travel. I don't know. That's wild. I tell you what though, let me show you. It's going to be this day. So hold on. It's November 6th. Y'all can write it down. You're from Dalton, Georgia. Candace Wells is the same way. Yeah, she is. She's cried more than Katie. That's the sad part. Like Katie doesn't even act like she has a missing son, and it makes me wonder if he's still alive because she doesn't act like she's frantic, nothing. So, okay, so look at this. This is the day that I foresee that there is going to be a breakup. There's big things going on with Cherry Mahan's case on this day. There's going to be a breakup with Canada about the two kids, about the children, about the communications on this day. This is, I can see that there's communications going on with Don Sherfy Jr. There's things going on with him as Mars is coming to him as well. I'm definitely seeing things going down with Cherry Mahan's case. And then what's going to happen is we leave November 6th and we come to, where's it at? We come to the 8th. There's more stuff going on with little Cherry, her case, more stuff that's going on. Like it's getting surreal here. And then by the 9th, it could be a breakthrough, but there could also be some setbacks. Lots of things going on with the state of Tennessee and Mexico on the 9th. There's a relationship here with Sebastian in the third house of communications that's secretive. That's in the middle of the night. It seems like Chris and Katie stay up all hours of the night because I can definitely see him and his ex-wife right here. This is definitely Tennessee. Tennessee's being shaken up. They're going to be shook. And then by the 10th, I think it's the 10th, and I'm quickly going over this. No, it's going to be right here. November 17th. This case, the case with Cherry, yeah, this is a big shakeup with that case. There's a lot going on with Jack and Lily's case right here on November 17th, Monday. And it's going to be all day. I mean, this is going to be an all dayer. And this is when, I've said it that Sebastian, something's happening. Like something is happening. Let's take it back. And it's going to start on the 16th. It's going to start on the 16th. What is it? And there comes that 2333 again. And I keep seeing Chris Carr, and I see that the Secret Service are here too. The Secret Service and Chris Carr, it's almost like they're in conversation. The dark moon hasn't made it. It hasn't made it just yet. It has not made it yet. It's coming. The dark moon is still in the 12th house. It hasn't made it to Sebastian's ascendant just yet, but it seems like we're going to receive information. There's some information that is going to be coming in the wee hours. And look at that. It's critical. We're in a critical psychic time at 3 o'clock in the morning. Look at that. If you're dreaming, if you're having dreams at 3 o'clock in the morning, this is why. Because look at that. It's critical. This is what I would consider a very psychic time period. I mean, it's all critical degrees. It's like, wow, that's some intense stuff going on right there. Well, on November 16th, we're going to see that there is a transformation of Sebastian Rogers' public image. Things are going to shift. It's going to shift. How? How is it going to happen, Jen? I don't know. Can't wait to find out. I can't wait to see it. But things are going to shift. There's going to be a shift that is taking place with the TBI too. They're going to get a little shaky shake. They're going back into the past. The FBI is going to be in transit on Monday on the 17th all day and is going to oppose Terry Bowersox all day. All day. All day. Did I say all day? I think I did. Mhm. Very interesting, isn't it? Yeah, they do need to get a little shaky shake. They do need to get a shaky shake. Hey, Linda, good to see you, babe. Thank you guys for being here with us. As you come in, please hit that thumbs up. Show some appreciation, please. And if y'all want to get a personalized reading or a tarot reading, whatever, I mean, we're game. We're game. That's what I do every day in and day out. I sleep, drink, eat, think about astrology all day. So here we go. So once we get this transformation, because I want y'all to see something, like this is surreal, y'all. Look at that. November 17th, the same time. Look at that. Isn't that a trip? Instead of all 29s, look at all the new beginnings that are coming. It's all new. Talk about a witch's hour at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now y'all know why. Now y'all know why. Ease up a little bit, right? We ease up. When do we have another critical time? Not like what I just saw. Not like I just saw y'all. Right? Okay, so let's go back. Let me show you Sebastian. Let me make sure I pulled him up. Where's he at? I mean, I know his chart by heart, so I generally don't pull it up unless I'm showing y'all. So let me try to find it in my files here. And it's going to keep on giving me this error. Stop. Okay, let's see. I only have a gazillion stuff about him. All right, so let me show you his chart. Jesus. Now, I'm going to show you this. So Sebastian's on the left. The transits that I'm talking about are on the right, and this is the critical time in the middle of the night, right? But what's going to happen is this 456 is going to sit here. You see it? You see this 456 in Virgo? You see that? That's his midheaven. Okay, let's click it. Let's just click it. You don't have to take my word for it. This is about his public image. It's about all of our public images. Your 10th house, your midheaven, that is where you are showing your public image. It has to do with your dad, your stepdad, your work, the fame that you would receive. So it's about hard work, critical. It's critical here as a midheaven with his profession. He prefers order at work and he wants to be recognized for his detailed work and his high standards. That's you know, that's the data. That's the data. But is it really the data? I mean, is that really true? I don't think so. So it's about his public image with his health. And it's just going to sit here, y'all. It's just going to sit here right now. Right now, it's here. It's right beside his midheaven. It's right here. It's just hanging out right here. But then it's going to come and sit here for days. Not just one day, not just 2 days, not 3, not 4. Watch. Watch this. All right, so we're going to start here. It's at a 455. Oh, shoot, hold on. So on November 16th, it's going to come into that exact degree. Okay. Then the next day, the 17th, it's still there. It's still there. There's the 456. It's still there. Just, still there. There I am. There's Canada. Then the next day, there's the 456 again. There it is. Next day. There it is. Still there on the 19th, right? And okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and talk about this one on the 19th. This is my Josh's birthday. Josh that passed away from leukemia in 1999. My sweetheart. That is my Saturn degree. It's the degree that I share with Katie. And it's also the degree that the godmother has. And we've been here before. We've been here before with this South Node. And the 1425 is where she has a major burden. The burden is real for Katie. It's real. And you can see that the dark moon has still not made it to that ascendant at a 2656. Still hasn't made it there yet. But we're about to look at it. Hold on. So then we go to the 20th. It's still there. There to be. But it's getting closer to, look, it's getting closer to the lunar nodes of the state of Tennessee. Actually, the state of Tennessee's outer wheel on the 12th house. Their outer wheel here and here is a 1421. So they're faded with things of the past, with their work, with their everyday. The other thing that I see here, this is Indiana. I know that Big D, Bryant Guy, has that connection with Indiana. So I'm just going to leave it at that. All right. We go the next day and we're at the 21st. So we went through the 16th to the 21st. And Sebastian is still in transit because this is big. There's a major transformation that has taken place with him. Major. We haven't seen this yet. This goes to him, to Sebastian. That 1531, there's a weight with Sebastian. We're going to learn something that comes against Chris. We're going to learn something Friday that comes against Chris. Could have to do with video. I don't know. I could walk you through every one of the glyphs and who I see and what's going on. I definitely see Canada here. And there's an emotional explosion. I mean, it's just lots of emotion is going on in Canada. I can see that Melissa is going to be showing up with Venus as we get into the morning hours of Friday. I can see that the moon is opposing Sebastian with two people with communications. I see that Eric Craddock is in transit in a big way. This is a collective transit for Eric Craddock. This is a collective transit for Sebastian Rogers. And we do have a lot of fate that is coming over on the 21st with Chris, Katie, and Eric Craddock. There's a fate that is showing up on the 21st. How is it going to work itself out? What's it going to look like? What's going on? I don't know. But I do know that the 2928 was in transit when he went missing with Sedna. Sedna was a 2928 in Taurus, and that's exactly where we are going to find Uranus shaking things up, going to shake up the groups. Who are the groups? That's us. That's us. And we can see that that 611 is coming into transit right there. Let's look at it. That's Indiana, and it's Bryant Guy. Oh, that it already happened, actually. There it is right there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There's Bryant Guy. It's his values. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, we're going to get a little shaky shake. Oh, this is a big day too. Okay, so we still have the 456. Major things going on in Canada. Things going on with Sebastian. That does also go with Virginia. There's Indiana. That 2928, I've showed you guys that one a bunch. Look at that 2928 times 2. 2928 times 2. Is that Ohio? Is that Ohio? And then there's going to be a relationship that's going to bring Sebastian a conscious raising experience about the long travels. Look at that. The dark moon is coming. The dark moon is coming. The dark moon is actually, the dark moon is actually on you, Chris. On you, buds. On your Neptune. So Chris's Neptune is in Sag. It's about what we need to dissolve with the quartz. And look at that. This is when Chris Carr is coming into transit, and he's got a lot of pain. He's got a lot of pain. So November 20th, what is happening? What is happening? Pluto that day is going to be it's going to be transforming the FBI. Okay. Transforming the FBI. And I see Pallas is coming to that north node of Sebastian Rogers. Let's look at that because let's get it to 12:15 and see what time that is. We're going to be in the middle of the night. No, we're not. There's going to be a shakeup. It's Friday afternoon on the 21st. Interesting. I'm getting sidetracked because I do see that little girl I see that little girl Cherry. But look at this, November 21st, we're still that 456 is still on Sebastian. We're getting close to the dark moon coming out of that 12th house and sitting on his ascendant. This is Trump all day. I mean, Trump is being transformed with things of the past. But this right here, there's a shakeup with the third house of communications, with the video, with networking, with groups, with video, with Sebastian's sister. There's things going on with this sis. 1418, 1418. It's where the lunar nodes are at. Coming down to It's coming down to faith. The lunar nodes are coming down to faith. We already are going to see a major opposition on Friday with Chris. There is the U.S. Marshals. Ceres is at a station, at a hard station. We see Alabama. I'm seeing Alabama. Things are going to come into Alabama on November 21st. On Friday, Chiron is making it to Alabama. Chiron is making it to Alabama. Interesting. So do we need to pull up Alabama? We need to pull it up. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Hold on. I'm going to save this so I can show y'all. And I'll make sure that I'm not overlooking anything on Sebastian's chart. I know that there's going to be an intensity with this Venus about the money, the things are hidden. Let's go. Let's go. I want to see that dark moon. I'm over it. I want to see it. I can't wait. Let's look at it one more time. I've looked at it until, let's see. The divine justice right there with state of Tennessee is right there. Yes, 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 Hope Floats. I'm glad that you remember that, girl. I'm going to show you that on the map. I'm going to show you that on the map. Uh-huh. You remember correctly. Chris Carr is in transit this day, okay? He's in transit with his Saturn, with the physician in the 7th house. Okay, look, Alabama is also in transit with the TBI. Sebastian is still in transit with that 456. The TBI has already, TBI is at a house. May not have anything to do with Sebastian, but it could. There's definitely an opposition with the state of Tennessee and the TBI. Chiron has already went over Alabama. It's easing up. And then we see this 348 is coming to the 349 with Homeland Security, and then a 350 with Sebastian and the state of Tennessee. And this is Saturday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 1316, we're coming to the 1319. That Tennessee and the United States of America share. And then we're going to have a lot of limits and obstacles with the state of Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals here. That's 2510 is coming down to the 2509. And that is, yeah. We could be in Memphis then. Because that's where all the crazy shit's going down, is in Memphis. Let's keep on going. Hold on. Let's keep going. Where am I at? Where's the dark moon? We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. And see, there goes that 2443 again. I mean, you just can't get away from it. There it is. That's Virginia. We've already left little Proudfoot in Virginia. We've already left his Saturn. We've already there's gonna be communications about the, leader of China on the 22nd, the morning of, or no, the late evening, 2:34, let's see. Limits and obstacles are for with Kathy Bowersox. She's having limits and obstacles on Saturday, going into Sunday. She's not doing all that great. This 2021, that goes to me, but it also goes to, what's her face? Lover girl, what's her name? Miss Maxwell. Miss Maxwell, what else do we see here? Okay, here we go. There it is. There's gonna be a shakeup Saturday evening. Let's see, when does that actually start? It's gonna be a shakeup with the values of Sebastian, of the things that he owns, the things that he possesses, or the evidence for that matter with the groups. That's Saturday evening. Okay, so Saturday evening on the 22nd, somebody's probably talking online. We're probably watching a video or something like that. Could be possible, but this is a big day for Mr. Chris Carr, for the Secret Service. It's big, 'cause I see the Secret Service right there. And then Mars is coming to that Secret Service. Let's see. Let's keep going. When does this actually hit? Just information just came in with Tennessee. There it is. This is Sunday, early Sunday morning. Information is coming in. There's information that's coming in with Tennessee. There's Kathy. There's a reigniting of a flame about the trip that she took. And then the dark moon is coming out of that 12th house. Finally, finally going to come out of that 12th house and show itself while we are transforming the image of Sebastian Rogers and the North Node right here in Pisces, this 1412. That is his sister's Neptune in Pisces at a 1412. So the North Node is going to sit on Little Faith on Sunday morning, the 23rd. Why is this? Why is this? Why is Mr. Carr having limits and obstacles with the physician that brings enlightenment? There's thing man, I see all kind of people here. I see it. Wow. Bless her heart. What is going on? And you know what? It's the 23rd. Is she coming to Tennessee for the holidays? Maybe. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's all there is to this. I don't think so. I think there's going to be a lot more. We may not hear about it. It may be a part of the investigation that we're not going to hear anything about. Right? This 821 is the Saturn of, I'm seeing the Saturn right here of Michael Proudfoot with Cupid in Capricorn. I'm seeing the Saturn of Chris Carr here with the physician Apollo in Scorpio. Is the Scorpio, what is, I could really read into that if I wanted to, but I'm not. I digress. But this 2922 is definitely Sebastian. It's shaking things up. And we haven't even woken up yet on Sunday morning. So what's going on here? What's happening? What's a happening? All right, let's keep going. Let's see how long that this right here, 2043. There's a reigniting of a flame. Shit's going down with Miss Bowersox. You know what? Are we in the sky? Because you know that she is the one that flies to go get she's the one that flies to go get Faith. And so let's look at that 1711. There we are. There we are. Mhm. This is the 23rd. Sunday morning at 11 o'clock. But Miss Kathy, she's gonna be in pain. There's a relationship, and she's in pain. She's saddened because her Chiron is a 1711 in Pisces. You know what? Crabtree has this degree as well, so he's gonna be learning something about a relationship. Chris Carr is still in transit. The fate has just left. The fate has just left her. So if the fate is about things of the past in that 12th house with Faith, if they gave me the right birth time for Faith, either way, I mean, her Neptune is going to be that degree. Hmm. Interesting. All of Chris's problems are about to get surreal with communications here. There's going to be a shakeup. Shakeup. Let's see. What else do I see? There's definitely that 2343, that intense experience. That's definitely Virginia. 2454. 2927. This is his Saturn. This is his Saturn. That 414. So he's having limits and obstacles. There's a reigniting of a flame. Are they coming to his house? Because that 1352, those 1350s, man, they hit Katie, her Chiron in Cancer. They hit that 1350 will hit Katie's Chiron in Cancer. It'll hit Chris's series. It's a lot of energy that he puts off with communications on YouTube, videos, things of that nature. You know him, welcome to Cooterville. Okay, so he's got that. And then we have the lunar nodes of fate is where these 1350s are with Eric Craddock. But then, okay, there is a degree in which Kathy Bowersox and the Secret Service share a connection. And that is coming at a 1357 with Mars, with a lot of initiating energy with the quartz or with flight. So is she in the air? Is this when she is supposed to fly out? Is she going to be able to fly out? Is she not going to be able to fly out? Like, what the hell's going on there? They get her before she ever gets on the flight? Like, what's happening? Hold on just a second. My son's calling. Hold on. Hey, honey. What are you doing? I'm on live. Well, what's going on? I do. Are you off today? Dang it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll text you because I wanna, yeah, I'll text you. I love you. Love you. Oh, he said, "Yeah, mom, I know you text me on, different platforms when I woke up, so, I know that you're missing me." Oh god, I bet I just wear them out, man. I'll wear them out. Okay, so here now this is what I wanna show you guys. So now that the dark moon has come into the first house of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' chart, now that it's coming in, this degree, this 2658 is his dark moon. So his dark moon and the dark moon is making contact, okay? All the while, the Secret Service and Kathy are sharing this 1357 degree. And the US Marshals, I mean, not the US Marshals, the Secret Service has a 947. They're going to be reflecting. They're going to be reflecting. Her Saturn in Pisces is a 145. So guess what? She's going to be transformed with her work, with authority. And finally, Trans Pluto has made it off of that 456. It is now at 457. So do you see how when I'm telling you that there is an intensity that is coming, I would have to look at it every minute to catch the whole entire story. It's wild, wild. It's wild. There's a lot of disordered aggression here. It's a lot of pain. I can see the pain for Kathy, you know. Is it that her granddaughter is not going to be able to come and she's, distraught about it? I do know that as we play the tape through, as we play this tape through, because this 1356 is still, it's going to come into that 1357 at 11726. It's going to be a 1357. So there's going to be information. And I'm really anxious to see how this is all going to go down. And it's on a Sunday afternoon. This is like after church, you know, after church. The U.S. Marshals in the state of Tennessee are slowly about to come to a head. This 1202 is faith. The 1202 in the midheaven and the IC is faith, and it's about communications with two. It could be about travel. It could be about church. The sun is shining on the FBI. That 142 is the FBI. And you know what? This 1713, I just want to tell you that Katie Proudfoot, she has a lot of anger, lots of anger with that 1713. Is there going to be a relationship that is going to come to her? Makes you wonder, don't it? Makes you wonder. Let's go ahead and get that moon to the 947 with the Secret Service. This is also the a degree that they would share with the little girl Cherry, with the Secret Service, that is. This weight at a 1529, well, that weight is going to transform and come over the Secret Service. And I want to say a degree that they share with Ohio. Could be other places too, but there it is. There it is now, November 24th, when we wake up Monday morning, the Secret Service has a weight over them. The TBI is learning about something about a child, something having to do with children maybe, but that 1414 is also in transit when he went missing, and that 1414 does, it goes to several states, Alabama included. And I also see that we're looking at communications with Alabama as Mercury comes down into a 2321, but that 2323 that's the Neptune of Chris Carr. Is he and his wife gonna be speaking out? Will he and his wife speak out with someone? And if they do, I wish it would be me. I wish they would talk to me. But are they talking to the Secret Service? Is it about his camera? What's it about? Because she is definitely showing up during this time too. He and his wife are showing up in a major way during this period of time too. And you don't have to believe me. You'll just, see it. It ain't even about being right or being wrong. It just is what it is. I can't make it up. I wish I could, but I can't. So Mars is going to come against me. It's going to come to Katie, that 1424. There's going to be a lot of action with Mars when we first wake up. And it's like I'm missing something. It's something has already happened before I wake up. I missed it. I didn't catch it. What was it? Is it about a vehicle? Is it about a flight? What is it? Because there's a lot of energy coming to Chris. All of his problems, all of his mental health issues are going to it's going to show itself. It's going to just keep on showing itself with him. This is actually, we're going to see a lot of health weight that is coming over little Faith and possibly coming against Eric Craddock, coming against him. We're definitely learning some things in Indiana on the 24th, and there it is, that 2321. We're definitely showing up in Alabama. I think Seth is going to get shook. And it could be because the holidays are getting closer. Who would even want to get out of bed when your kid is missing? Katie does. Katie does. She's fine with it. I just don't get it, man. Who in the world would act like that? The hell? This is, God's will is going to be done with the Saturn, though. Chris Proudfoot. Let me tell you something. That 456 is going to come back. It's going to come back. It's going to come back and it's going to sit on Sebastian again. It's moving forward, but then we're going to come back into it. Now we're moving forward with it, and we're going to come back and we're going to revisit all the information that had come out. So all the information that's going to come out with Sebastian between, what was it, the 16th or the 23rd, all of that information, watch this. So what's going to happen is, look at that. Trans Pluto is going to station right there. Going to station. And as she stations, guess who is showing up with the lunar nodes of fate? Chris Carr is. Chris Carr. If y'all could have seen me, I just lifted myself up off my chair and went bam. And then here we are. We've got the TBI. We got the TBI and their connection that they share with the Secret Service. There's Miss Thing again. Of course, that's me too. But there's Miss Thing too. That's Maxwell. Lover girl. Then we've got a relationship, y'all, a relationship that's going to come in with the TBI. Going to bring a conscious raising experience. So now the TBI is showing up there. TBI is showing up here. There's a lot of wisdom when we wake up on December 2nd as this station's to come back over Sebastian. Lots of information is coming in. I'm ecstatic. I'm just tripping out, I think. Look. The 2446. It's coming down to that 2445 that Mr. Little Proudfoot Jr. has in his chart. Woo! Is a lot of warring going to come to him? It's a lot of warring that's going to come to the president of China. Yep. Yep. We still haven't made it to that. I mean, we did make it to that. We haven't made it to the 2509, or did we? No, we did. We did. So the U.S. Marshals has already shown up. Okay, let's play this. Let's look at this. Because there's Chris Carr. Let's look at the next day. So now we're going into retrograde. Little Jack. Jack is going to be in transit on the 8th. Mark it on your calendar. Jack Sullivan is going to be in transit in a big way. He'll be holding the fate. So the lunar nodes are coming into that 1517. That's me. That's Jules. That's little Cherry. All the weight is coming there with her case on December 18th. There's a huge weight there. Huge weight. And look at that. 2922. So remember, during this period of time that all this shit was going down with Sebastian, right? All these days that was going on, you're going to see the same degrees are going to recycle. They're just going to keep recycling. Okay, so we have a divine justice that is coming to Virginia. That's also Massachusetts, by the way. That's also Massachusetts. So the 1256 is coming to Massachusetts, coming to Virginia. And then we have we're going to learn something about Sebastian. Oh, the moon has just passed over the Chiron of Canada. There's a devouring energy going down in California. Yeah, things have just like given the RCMP a wake up call here with Hygeia. But this is definitely Virginia. Uranus was at that 2922, but now Neptune is there. Neptune is hiding a little something about the values, about the evidence that they may have about Sebastian and his case. But check this out. Let's keep on going because I want to see what this is going to look like. I mean, even though we can look at Mars, we can look at, I can talk about all kinds of shit right here, but I'm not going to. I want to wait. I want to see. Now here we are. We're back. Y'all, we're back. I love it. Now we're back. We're back to this 456, but guess what? This time, the breakup with the communications and the trans Pluto that sits on Sebastian's midheaven, it's not going to be these two that are pulling Sebastian's, with the Secret Service, with the data, the digital evidence. Now Vulcanist is going to come down to that degree. Yep. There's Tennessee with Venus when we first wake up Thursday morning on December 11th. But I want you to see something. Neptune has been staying at that 2922 and is stationing there. She's stationing there. And guess what? All the weight is on Terry and Kathy. Terry and Kathy, I'm sorry, but I mean, y'all are gonna have some weight on you. Whether you're guilty or not, you're gonna have some weight. And not only is Neptune gonna be at that 29, 22, so is Mercury. Okay, let's look at this. Let's stop it and look at Sebastian's chart. Because now here we go again. We're going back over the same old tracks. Going back over it. Check it out. The 456, right? It's in Virgo. So we're sitting there. Transformation right there. What do you think about that, Shauna? What you think about that? Here's the 29, 22. It's his Venus. It's in Capricorn. It's in the second house of values and it's in Capricorn. This is a Capricorn house. Actually, 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 it's a Sag house. Hmm. Hmm. We're definitely learning some things about California. My midheaven is a 1635. Interesting. Interesting. So we've got Mercury at a 29, 22. Mercury is actually here. The dark moon is here. So we got Mercury and the dark moon here. We've got Venus at a 13, 19. She's sitting here. The sun is at a 19 degree sitting here. We got a relationship at a 23, 28 that's sitting here, and it's gonna go over that 23, 21 with Alabama. We got a 26, 52 that's sitting here with Vulcan. And then Mars. This Mars is a 2704. It's definitely coming into that second house outer wheel with values, with things that he owns, things that he possesses. That 29, 22 is in transit times two, making contact, not in the same sign, but it doesn't matter. Don't matter. And this 13, 15 is definitely, I want to say, I want to say it's Cassie. I want to say that's her. I want to say that's her Neptune. I think her Neptune's a 13, 15 in Scorpio, but it may not be her. I'd have to look, and I don't want to start going from chart to chart because I really don't know if that's allowed. If that's, I don't want to show people's birthdays anymore on live just to be on the safe side. But I do know that the weight, this 1515 is weighted. It's a weight with Kathy. But the day before, the weight is a 1516 because it's coming down in degree. It's in retrograde. And that 1516 is going to weight this Mars down. Even though it's not in the same sign, it doesn't matter, guys. It's going to make contact. I'm telling you. You can take it to the bank. It will. So the only thing that we actually have that Sebastian actually has in his 12th house that's hanging out back here and it's in hiding is the physician that's delivering medicines or the physician that is hiding that identity and the wisdom. Poseidon is showing the wisdom. It could be the physician and wisdom, interesting. That's the only thing now that is hanging out back there. The only thing. And when I say the physician, I'm literally talking about a physician. When you go to the physician, what is the physician? The physician gives you enlightenment about the things that are hidden. It gives you enlightenment. You may have to have surgery. You may have to go and get meds. You may, whatever it is. There is a there is a physician. There's a physician that's hiding right here. So don't know what happened there, but it's hiding right here. And before, look, before Mercury's going to station here. Hold on, let me show you that. Let me go back. Let me find out when Mercury does its thing. Hold on. Yeah, right here. So check this out. Mercury is going to station over that 648, which is a big deal. It's a big deal. But look at that. This is the same time that Mars is going to oppose all the problems that Chris Proudfoot has. All those problems, the weight, the weight. Check it out. 648. It's just going to station. Going to station there. Going to give Chris a little wakey wake, a little wake up call that day. It's going to reignite a flame about where he went, his driving, what he was doing. And you know what? You know what? 2518. Let me look at my notes. I want to say that 2518 is the TBI. I think it's the TBI. I can pull them up. No problemo. I think that's the TBI. I think that's where they get a little shakeup. Let me look at this. Hmm. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the month of November and December. It's unreal. And like I said, it's almost like all of these cases are just rolling up on themselves. There's that 303 that was in transit when Sebastian went missing. It was in transit times too. And I believe there's the 648 too. Wow. So the physician is going to bring us enlightenment. Are we looking at a physician? Is that what's going to happen? Are we looking at some meds? Like what's happening here? Because the physician is going to be at the 648. Mercury is going to station at the 648. Uranus is definitely coming to take Tennessee. That's a Tennessee. Uranus in Tennessee is coming into transit. The 711 is the eighth house, outer will of the state of Tennessee. Oh, yeah. And we have, yeah, Jupiter is coming to station at that 2509 that Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals has. There's a lot of shit going to be going down. I bet you anything in Memphis. I mean, unless we have a big ass earthquake or something like that. I don't know. There's some justice that's coming this day. That's November 8th. We don't have long. That's Saturday. That's Saturday. Huh. So, Mercury, and then we got this Sag energy, so we definitely have a relationship. There's a relationship with Sebastian. Mrs. Carr is going to come into transit on the 9th and the 10th. There's shit that's about to just throw up on himself. I'm telling y'all. Okay, so what am I doing? Juno, the aspects of Juno. Oh God, I hope so too. I really do. So Juno is conjunct Mercury. We already know that. It's not in good standing with the nodes. I know what's going to happen. Okay, okay, okay. Let me just tell y'all. So, um, Scuba Steve is going to be in transit right here, and it's where we've already been with him. He's got to show back up, puff his chest out right here. There's something about him, whether he's in with this case or not. There's something about him that's going to show up here. Okay, this is his magnetism with groups. Okay, the 2509 is the Mars in the eighth house of Cancer with the state of Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals, and it's going to station. Jupiter is going to station there. We can see it on the outer wheel at this time. The 501 was in transit when Sebastian went missing. It was with Palace. Palace was a 501 showing up in the 12th house of things in the past in Sag. So whoever had that degree, guess what? It may have been in good standing, but it's not in good standing for you on the 11th. Look at that. The vertex is showing up at a 25092. Mars is showing up at a 456. The dark moon has not made it into the first house just yet. Mercury is coming to the 537 that the state of Tennessee has. So the North Node is actually in the fifth house of kids. The North Node is actually going to be opposing the magnetism of Steve Fisher. I mean, it just is. I can't help it. I can see that Hygeia is coming into the Saturn of Mr. Carr. And the 2950 that Sebastian has in his chart is going to be shaken up by the groups. That is me and you. I'm going to receive information. When I first wake up, I'm going to hear something. I'll know something. I'll hear something that there's going to be a relationship. This is Steve. I mean, this is Steve. This is Steve Fisher, man. Good God. Can we just put a sock in it, Steve? Can we just put a sock in it and just, try to find that sock? If you can try to find that sock that's stuck in your mouth, then that was mean. I really tried not to be mean, but sometimes it just comes out. Sometimes it just comes out. But yeah, so the state of Tennessee is going to show up in a big way. Now, the 2950, though, this is going to shake up California. It's going to shake up California and New York. California and New York on the 11th. So mark it on your calendar. We'll see. We'll see if that, The 1450 is also showing up in the chart of Mexico. No doubt about that. What else can I see here? You know what? I do see that there's a flame of life that's going to be reignited that's going to actually oppose Sebastian. So I don't doubt that that's not going to be Steve Fisher. That's at 1 o'clock in the morning. All of this stuff is happening at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I mean, don't people sleep? This is before it hits Steve. That 642 keeps showing up. It's got to be Chris, Terry, one of them. But this 2751, there's a flame of life, and it's at a 2645 in the fourth house of home of Scorpio. But there's a Sag. It's like, the things that are hidden at home with Sebastian, There's two people that are coming against him with the communications. And, when I see Sebastian get an opposition like that, it irritates me because I just want to tell people, why are y'all doing this? Whatever you're talking about, whatever you're saying, you're coming against him. And, I don't like that. I don't like it. Why do, anyway, so Jupiter is still at station here. So let's go back. Let's go back. December 11th. Let's see how long we're going to get some transformation here. So this is all the shit that we got to go through. Okay. We're going to be going through a lot of intensity, a lot of stuff before we can actually get to the meat and bones of where is Sebastian Rogers at. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Virginia too, because since I keep seeing Virginia, I'm probably going to do a members only live where I pull up the some of the family members. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I could probably still get in trouble for that though, unless I make them private. So let me look at Virginia's chart again, just to familiarize myself. So we definitely have Sebastian matching, connecting. Okay. He connects to a bunch of states, but this 2443 is what I keep talking about. And Mr. Proudfoot Jr. has a 2445 Saturn that matches the president of China. Okay, so this 1614 was in transit when Sebastian went missing. It was in Virgo. So it's completely opposing the groups and the video of the missing event, opposing it. Things past, what would this be? Who would be in the past? Prisons and hospitals of Virginia. That would be Francis Rosenbaum or somebody else. Like, the fire starter. I don't know if he ever went to jail for that or not, but I don't know. Mr. Proudfoot Jr. The 631 was definitely in transit with Ceres and Capricorn when he went missing. He definitely has this 1531. He connects to that. What else? The Secret Service and myself and the TBI and Brian. Who's Brian, you ask? Oh, that is Melissa's husband. We all have this 2117. The 1542, that is also where Sebastian connects to Virginia. In the sixth house of health is every day. Could be about school. Could be about publicity. Me and Summer, we have this 1256 in our chart that goes to Virginia. It connects to Virginia. And, even Ronnie Lawson over Summer's case, he matches Virginia here in the seventh house of relationships and partnerships with the law. And we are coming down. So we're going to come down in the degree to the 1307 of Virginia's chart. So let's look at that. Let's go back because this is the weight. And by the way, Seth Rogers has this 1511, and it's about Virginia's values and the things that are hidden there in the eighth house. He has a lot of warring with Virginia. Lots of warring with Virginia. So, a little Summer, no matter what time she's born, she's got this 110. She has a 110 in Virgo. It's her trans Pluto. No matter what time she's born, she has a 110 trans Pluto in her chart. It's in Virgo, and that is matching Virginia with their Mars. It's about a vehicle. It's about action, health. Children, 1307. Let's look at it. Let's go back because we're at a 1315. You see the lunar nodes. I'm going to bring those lunar nodes to a 1307 because that's where the weight is. We're seeing a lot of weight that could be fated with Virginia. It may not have anything to do with Sebastian, but let's just see. Let's just see because look, that 2343 is really expanding. It's expanding the outer wheel of Virginia on December 11th. All the while, we have Mercury and Neptune and this weight. And the 24, let's see. Is it 2345, 24? Okay, that's the 2445. That's what's his face? Proudfoot Jr., that 339, that's going to be Cassie. Lots of energy going with Cassie. It's also a lot of energy going with Crimson, Miss Roll Tide Girl, the spokesperson for Chris. It's also about her. I see her there too. Spokesperson for Chris. Okay, so then, and you know what? There's a devouring energy. Is that in, who does that go to? I can't remember who that goes to besides me, but I need to find that out. I need to find that out because there's a lot of devouring energy with it. See what state that is. It could be Massachusetts. It could be Boston. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Oh, you know what? Oh, is that Jennifer? Is that going to be Jennifer Face? Case? Oh, say it ain't so. Uh, it could be. If that's Massachusetts, I'll have to look. I'll have to look and see. December 11th. December 11th. Jennifer Fay. She went missing out of Massachusetts, Brockton, Massachusetts, many years ago. Okay, so let's move on. Let's go to the days. Okay, so December 12th. We're still here. All right, let's go to the 1307. And let's look at that because we know that that's going to be coming over Virginia. Right? 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 Who do I sound like? Who do I sound like? Right? Right? How can I? Oh my gosh. Who do I sound like, y'all? Okay, here we go. 1307. I don't think so. Hmm. I'm looking. That's going to be Saturday afternoon on the 13th. I see Crabtree. I see Layla Santinello, who is missing out of Tennessee. Ooh. I see the Secret Service. There's a flame of life that's reignited with them Saturday afternoon. The 2922 is now moving forward. Okay. After this station, the days that Neptune is going to station over that 2922, it's now moving forward. Now we're moving forward. That 2419 was in transit when Sebastian went missing. It was with the Chiron. And then the Chiron went from a 2419 to a 2420. Here we are with the state of Tennessee. We're reflecting things of the past. The fifth house of kids, that is where Sebastian and the weight of Virginia is on. There it is right there. 2329. Hmm. We've missed something here. Something else we've missed. Mercury is coming to oppose Chris. That would be the media. Let me take it back one day. Let me take it back one day because look, there's so much going on with Sebastian's case. It's not even funny. This is definitely the Secret Service and the TBI. They're fated with Sebastian on this day. There is the Homeland Security. That 349 is going to come into the 350 with Sebastian and state of Tennessee. There's the 456. We're showing up. We're sharing information here. Sharing information. Huh. We're going to have a flame of life with the TBI, with Alabama. A lot of disordered aggression with where Sebastian went to. That 1650 keeps showing up. It just keeps on showing up, keeps on showing up. And it's like, who the hell has the 1650? I mean, where can it be found? The 2248, that's me and Seth. We're sharing pain. We're sharing pain Friday afternoon. Interesting. And it's this day, it's December 12th, where the TBI, the Secret Service, and Sebastian are all in transit together. They are holding the nodes of fate. And there is a lot of emotions surrounding the midheaven, the contact. There's a lot of emotions going down on this day with Sebastian. Pluto was a 107 when Sebastian went missing. There is Mercury. Let me look at Puerto Rico. I mean, why not? That 1650 is going to be found in somebody's chart here. That 1513, 1513, 1512, 1511. It's going to come down to that 1511 with Virginia. It's going to come down to that 1511 with Virginia, with Seth. Okay, I've already looked at that. Yeah. And then I tell you what, no matter what time Brian, Melissa's husband, is born, he has a 13 in his chart and it is in Virgo. So he's going to be showing up too. And look, Neptune ain't left. Neptune has not left that 2922 yet. It's still there. She's just hanging out. And we got a lot to dissolve with this case. Lots to dissolve. And I tell you what, as he is having the lunar nodes on December 15th on Monday, as he is holding the fate, that DA, that DA is in transit right here, that 1543, the 1547. There's a divine justice, there's a flame of life that is coming with this justice. Sebastian has a 0024 on his outer wheel. Huh. And then look at that. The white moon is going to come and it's going to sit on the dark moon of Alabama. The 413, there's a lot of energy that's going against Chris. His Saturn is a 413, so he's going to have a lot of energy coming against that Saturn. What's the Saturn? It's his father, his work, you know. Thank you, Jeff. Oh shit, it's all frozen. Oh well. He brought me a water. I left it in the freezer. 2441. I really wanna know where that 1650 is though, because that thing keeps showing up. But this is gonna come the white moon is gonna come and sit on the dark moon of Alabama on the 15th of December. Ugh, and the only reason why I know that that is what the DA has because, look, no matter what time he's born, it's a collective 1545, and I connect with him with that 1545. It's the way I investigate. And not only that, we're gonna see that early on when I first started, I was telling you about Nina and her daughter and the law. There was an attraction there. It was like they were, well, that degree is a 2526 or a 2527. For Nina, it's a 2527. It's her Pluto in Libra. Well, for Faith, it's her Saturn, meaning her dad. Well, Saturn is coming to that Saturn degree that she has, so it evidently is about her dad. And then his Saturn is showing up, that degree is showing up. So there's limits and obstacles that he's gonna have on December 15th, period, period. Lots and lots and lots of problems here. And the degree that the TBI has at 2928, they're gonna have a lot of disordered aggression Monday evening at 8:30. And guess what? They're gonna have a lot of disordered aggression about it as the white moon is coming in to the dark moon of Alabama. The dark moon of Alabama. The FBI, the TBI, Secret Service, this 1908, that's Chris's lunar nodes of fate. His lunar nodes of fate are connected to the agencies. So he's fated with these agencies in a big way. In a big way. The old DA Whitley, Nina, Melissa, they share an 1808. There's a state that has that 1808. It's coming. There's going to be a wake up call in the future. And it's opposing DA Whitley. It's opposing Melissa. So that's coming. But look, when it comes into when you're looking at something like this and it's in Aquarius, it's not happening right then. It's not going to happen right then. It's going to be rooted at this time. And at this time, now we're in the middle of the night and we have the South Node conjunct trans Pluto, and we are seeing Brian. We're seeing him in transit with the fate as this transformation takes place with Sebastian. Can't make it up. And what's going to happen is Venus is going to come to that 1947 and transform Chris with his values. But there's a shakeup. There's a shakeup that's coming. And you know what the shakeup is? It's that Saturn. Because look, Neptune at a 2922 that connects to Sebastian, and the Saturn that is a 2526 that connects to Nina and her daughter, they're side by side in conversation, just like these two. Huh. Just like them two. It's like they're in conversation when they're so tight like that in degree, they're definitely, they're in conversation. They're having a conversation. I also see that little girl, Cherry. She's coming. She's man, I hope that they found her. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep going because we're seeing a lot of transformation with Sebastian. And it's gonna let off. So it's from December 11th to the 17th. And then on the 18th, it moves off of him. And as it moves off of him, whatever has happened, whatever has transpired, we're gonna know it. We're gonna know it. It'll be leaked. Somebody will say something about it. But as it comes off of Sebastian, I want to go back during the hours and see, because before it moves off, I want you guys to see something. The lunar nodes of fate are going to leave Brian, and the south node is going to be on the same degree that I share with Summer, that goes to Virginia. And it's right here. It's Wednesday afternoon on the 17th at 2:30 in the morning. There it is, right there. I'm just looking to see if I can see anything with, yeah, yep. Okay, so look at this. The North Node is showing up in the 5th house of kids. Now look, Sebastian, his moon is in Aries. His moon is in the 4th house of home in Aries. What does that mean? His mother is impatient. She's strict, and she could possibly be so impatient that she is abusive. That's what the Aries moon in the 4th house of home would tell any astrologer. Okay. And I say that with confidence because we all know that Aries they're impatient. They're impatient. So let me show you something that's going to happen. Let me show you something. Venus is going to come over a degree in which Sebastian has a lot of issues with kids, with school, with being impatient himself. There is there's a justice here with Mississippi that's showing up in the middle of the night with communications. We also see that the moon now in Scorpio is, look, it's conjunct the dark moon. We're reflecting on a lot of darkness. We're reflecting on a lot of things that are hidden. Like, this is esoteric shit going down in the middle of the night, Wednesday. I hope y'all didn't just hear me and just gulp that water, but God, it was so good. So the moon is showing a reflection of Nina and her daughter. And the dark moon is critical. It's critical. It's coming to that 2950 that Sebastian shares with California and New York. Those are definitely coming into transit. This is going to transform Seth. This is a transformation. He either has an outer will at 216 or 217. I'll have to look again. The intensity with groups and with video, things of that nature, with probably even homeless people. Like, there's an intensity that's coming in just a few hours. Let's look at it. Here's the intensity with Sebastian right here. There's Virginia. His moon degree at a 428 It matches Canada. That 428 is going to be coming into transit Wednesday morning with a lot of energy. All the while, the investigation, the wake up call, there's going to be things that's going to be going down in the state of Virginia, things going down possibly with Summer Wells case when we first wake up on December 17th. I know that this 454 goes to somebody that's in this case, and I really don't want to talk about them, but I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. What else? I keep looking at this magnetism and just waiting for it to get somewhere, but I don't know all the players, right? Don't know all the players in this game of hiding Sebastian because that's what it is. It's a freaking game. It's a game to them. It just pisses me off. We're rising with the TBI. We're rising with the TBI. That 559 is the TBI all day, every day. There's a relationship here with the TBI, with the law enforcement. That relationship could definitely be in Virginia. Can definitely be in Virginia. But let's keep going. Let's look at that moon. Ooh, it's going to get there it is. There it is. It's going to show up Wednesday morning, 9:30. 9:30. The cases, I'm telling y'all, these cases are just going to be blowing up. I mean, the 456 is still in transit. Neptune has finally moved off. So now that Neptune has moved off, now, hopefully, hopefully, y'all, something is going to break. Now that Neptune is off, Saturn is off of the Nina and her daughter. Now, there's a relationship coming to the FBI here. Lots of warring is coming to Kathy, which I mean, but this moon, that's in the second house. Shoes, flashlight. We are reflecting on the mother. We are reflecting on the mother. We are reflecting on the home. We are reflecting on the impatient, the impulsiveness. Impulsive. Lots and lots of energy is going. It's about money. Is it about money? Is it about things that he owns, like the flashlight? No. Possibly. Possibly. No. It says you suffer if you feel caged in. Well, my goodness gracious. Let's keep going. It is amazing, isn't it? I mean, sometimes it gets very overwhelming. It gets very overwhelming. But they're all just kind of converging. They're all converging. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are so sweet. So sweet. So sweet. Okay, look. Okay, so December 17th. I'm seeing Chris here. It's almost like he's gonna be mind blown. This isn't a game, bud. This is not a game. I know that you think it is, but it's not. This is not a game. So Mercury is going to come into Terry Bauer socks. So Wednesday, right after this. Okay, so it's right after. Okay. I see, I see, I see. Okay. Mercury is going to come and oppose me. And after Mercury comes to oppose me, then it's going to sit. Mercury will then sit on this this Saturn of Terry Bowersox. Two people, two or more, Wednesday afternoon are going to come and oppose me. The long travels. I may get information that day. Interesting. But then Mercury is going to come and sit on Terry Bowersock's Saturn. And all the while, there's the Secret Service. That 2117 is also going to TBI. So the relationship with the FBI, and then we have the TBI, the Secret Service at 2117, right? And the 2117 is the outer wheel. That's Kathy. The outer wheel. Hold on. And remember the 2117 that goes to the Secret Service, me and the TBI is also found in Virginia's chart, which a lot of people have it. Brian has it. Melissa's husband, he has that degree in his chart. And the reason why is because obviously the Secret Service and the TBI, we're all going to be, we're not all connected to them, but the people like me that are, it's because they're going to tap in. You're going to do a little tappy tap. I don't have anything to hide. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that I'm missing here, and I'm sure that I am. I'm sure I am. I'm sure I am. Let's look. Hold on. So I'm going to go back to the 11th. And if y'all want to see anything else, if y'all want me to pull you, if you want to do some cards, just stop me and tell me. Let's read, Y'all want a reading? Let's do it. Y'all want a card pull? Let's do it. I'm down. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I'm down for it. Looking at the 12th. Is that this could be Kentucky. I want to say that that's Kentucky. 850, that could be Kentucky. 2904, that's going to be Sebastian. 2333 is definitely Chris Carr. Mm. I think that it's gonna be an intense day, y'all. I really do. Oh, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, we could definitely have some fun if y'all want to. Okay, so let's look at the next day because remember we went from, we've got days in November, but then it comes back around. We're gonna revisit it. We're gonna revisit it. And y'all, this 335, this is Cassie and the spokesperson for Chris Proudfoot. What's her face? Oh, okay. So Mars is gonna come and sit on Chris on Wednesday with his Neptune, that 2638. This 2642 is Sebastian Rogers, the 1310 that is coming into the reigniting of a flame with the Secret Service and the TBI. This 1350 is definitely opposing Katie. Okay, so we're gonna go. Yeah, let me go. Let me keep going. This is California. This 342. This is also Oklahoma on the 11th. And Michael Proudfoot. He's magnetized here. Magnetized. This 1342, well, that goes to Texana. Tihana. Tihana. There you go. There's a justice with the state of Alabama. There's a justice with the TBI. Still sitting on Sebastian. All kinds of emotions about Sebastian. Could be. Could be, Kitty. Good to see you, babe. I don't know how long you've been here, but if you snuck in, hi, honey. Let's see. So the 456 is still there on the 12th. Like I said, I keep seeing the 1650, and I'm about to pull up Puerto Rico. I can't remember who has that 1650, but I've seen it. I've seen it. I don't think it's Puerto Rico though. That 349 though, before it makes it to Sebastian, it's going to hit. It's going to hit the Secret Service. I mean, the Homeland Security. We're looking at Homeland Security, I think, on this day with the Secret Service and Homeland Security. It may not have anything to do with Sebastian. I mean, it's got to. There's got to have. There's got to be something going on. It looks like some intense shit. So we got the 13th. That's when, like I said, we're looking at Virginia and Sebastian. Virginia again has got a weight on them with Hades. Oh, let's look at the wake up call with us. The dark moon with the state of Tennessee is a 1742. Now, this is also where Cuba rises, okay? So Cuba rises with the 1742 and they connect to Tennessee. They connect to Tennessee. So there's going to be a shakeup with Cuba, with Tennessee on this morning, on Sunday morning, the 14th. Sebastian is still in transit. We haven't made it to Brian just yet, but we're coming. The nodes are coming down. Katie's got a lot of issues going down. She's got a lot of problems. We're coming into that eight. Wow. Okay, so we're coming into that 854 with Melissa. So let's go the next day. I can't wait to see that. Now Mars has made it into Capricorn. Damn. Hmm. The dark moon has already went over that 2922 that wants to keep showing up, right? It's important. It's about the values, the Venus of Sebastian Rogers. Katie is learning something that's pissing her off. Again, we got Brian. He still hasn't made it to the notes just yet. There's a big shakeup with the communications of the United States of America. There's so much to see here. 456, 456. And then the health, Hygeia is going to go against Katie. Mars is coming to shake her up. This is Mrs. Bowersox. The dark moon is going over Mrs. Bowersox with groups Thursday morning. I keep seeing Florida too. I definitely keep seeing Florida. Don't know why. Now, here's where it's going to get interesting to me is there's a degree that the state of Tennessee and Alabama share. Okay, but not only does the state of Tennessee and Alabama share this degree, but guess who has this for his Jupiter? Where did it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where's that? It's a relationship. There's that damn 1650 again. Look at that. There it is again. I feel like they're still looking for that cherry, that little girl too. Okay, there it is, the lunar nodes, 12:51. I'm trying to get it to the 12:51 with the lunar nodes. That's Thursday evening. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and do the minutes because I want to see it. I want to see exactly, y'all. So the other person that has this degree is Terry Bowersox Jr. He's going to be fated with Tennessee and Kentucky. He lives in Kentucky. Okay. He lives in Kentucky. And I'm going to show you that on the map. Hold on. I'm not going to show you his exact address, but I want to show you. God's will is going to be done. And there's the moon with the 1348 coming to that 1350, 1357. And then we're going to learn something and it's going to come against we the people. There's going to be a lot of disordered aggression in Tennessee on December 18th and Kentucky. I mean, obviously it could have something to do with SNAP benefits. We could have a big old earthquake or something like that. There could be some, weather. I don't know, but there's a relationship. I see a relationship because Juno is a relationship and the relationship with Tennessee and the state of Tennessee, with Tennessee and the state of Kentucky, they're coming in to transit together with Terry Bowersox Jr. And so I'd have to pull his chart and duel it out to tell you what's up. If they're making any more connections, because Miss Bowersox is going to have a lot of disordered aggression. And we know what he said, right? You do know what Terry Bowersox Jr. said about Chris, right? Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember? If you do, put it in the chat with my opinion. In my opinion, he said this. Wasn't good. I can tell you that. It wasn't good. I mean, does he know Chris? It sounds like he does. Sounds like he did. You know? So here we go. Let's look at this with Tennessee. Because I want to show you that the fate We've been here before, right? We've been here before. It starts off here in Tennessee. We've been here before. Something new begins and ends with kids, with creativity, with health. And this is about groups. I have this degree. It's my Jupiter. Some of the other people that I know in this case, that I talk to in this case, have this degree as well. And I would hope that he is definitely, there's going to be a relationship. Terry Barrowsox Jr. Anyway, what he said about Chris is that he wouldn't put it past him to do something. I mean, basically called him a POS. So basically called him a POS. So what we're going to see is, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back because I'm going to show you something. Where's the sun? The sun is at a 1533. We're going to take it right here to a 1542, and there he's going to shine. Sebastian is going to shine on the state of Virginia right here. Right here. He's going to have a solar return. He's going to have a birthday. And I want to show you something. I'm going to show you what I'm seeing with this birthday. I want to show you because this is Sebastian's birthday. This is Sebastian's birthday. The solar return doesn't happen at 5:47 a.m. It happens at 8:38 a.m. because that is when the sun is going to come back to the natal at 1542. Okay. So his solar return, this is a solar return chart. And I'm going to show you the state of Tennessee with it too, because I think that where we're going is a relationship. The state of Tennessee is going to be fated with a relationship in Kentucky. Is it going to be somebody at the landfill in Kentucky? Is it going to be Terry Jr.? No, no. But what I can tell you is that he is shining in the background. Okay. His sun is showing up. When he shows up in the world, he is showing up. That sun, the Mars, all of this is in the first house. So when he has the solar return, though, it's showing up in the 12th house. He's shining behind the scenes. Is he in another country? Is he far away? You know, it's rising in Sag at a 2618. The values are coming in the future. We're getting a little shaky shake. It looks like Pennsylvania, possibly. We're coming into the third house of communications, all Pisces. And look at that. That's when Neptune is in retrograde at that 2922. That is making contact with the second house, Sag, Capricorn energy with Venus. The fifth house of kids. You know what I just remembered? I just remembered something else about Brian, Melissa's husband. Hmm. I just remembered something else about him. Mercury is at a 2506. Mercury has not made it here yet to that ascendant. So Mercury is behind the scenes. The media, the communications, everything is behind the scenes right now during this birthday. That's right before we see another return back to that midheaven. It's before we see a lot of emotional attention on Sebastian. The devouring energy is in the House of Partnerships in California. The 342 is the ascendant of California. It's also the magnetism of Michael Proudfoot. And we're coming into, we just left the Saturn of Proudfoot Jr. that is, he's either in California or he's in Virginia. Don't know where he's at. I call him the fire starter. But yeah, Sebastian's birthday is going to be coming up. Where is Jupiter? Jupiter is at a 24. Jupiter's not going to come here, and that sucks. Not yet, anyway. Not yet, anyway. And if I want to try to get Jupiter here, because I want to see what Jupiter is going to do when we have a lot of emotions, right? Jupiter is going to expand the emotions of the things that are hidden in Sebastian's chart. You remember I said Mercury is going to station in Sag at a 648. We just have so much to go through. We just still have so much to go through. But I want to see, when does Jupiter come to that 2538? How long are we going to have to wait? Like, Jesus, what's that going to look like? Will he be found before then? That 2538. I just want to see, let's go weeks, because Jupiter is going to go, well, Jupiter's going to come back and go up and all that stuff. 2538. Don't tell me. It's going to be a long time. Okay. Oh, shit. We're in June. That sucks. But it could be that that's going to be the court. It could have something to do with court. Let's look at it. I mean, there goes that 2443, 2444, 2445. Okay, let's look. 2536. Was it 2538? Yeah. 2538. This is going to be in June. I just wonder what it's going to look like. It's not going to stay over there long. A couple of hours. Long enough, though. Ah, shit. This is coming Monday evening. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Wow. Okay. All right, check this out. Holy moly. You got to be kidding me. Y'all wait till I read this. Hold on. Jesus. Help me, God. So, there it is, right there. Let me save it. Let's go back to Sebastian's chart. I'm going to duel it out. Sebastian's going to be on the left. And we're looking at this. This is June, guys. Jesus, help us, God. Let's just all breathe. Let's just breathe here. I'm looking at it. And man, am I looking at it. Man, am I looking at it. Wow. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the dealio. Jupiter is going to expand a lot of emotion about the communications with at least two people that's hidden. Okay, it's hidden here. Oh, it's fine. Do all caps if you want. It's all good. It's all good, Cinderella. Oh, y'all. When Sebastian went missing, trans Pluto was at a 344 in Virgo. And I've said it, I'm going to say it again. It goes to that degree, goes to me. Okay. But it also goes to places I've been because it's in my chart, right? So I connect to Israel and Mexico. But it also connects to President Trump and Mexico and Israel. Okay. This is a big deal. This is going to Crabtree. There's a major transformation with Crabtree on this day as well. Interesting. And there's a huge weight with the Secret Service, with relationships and partnerships. The intensity with Sebastian at an 1829. The vertex is in Cancer and the anti-vertex is here in Capricorn. But we are going to see Vulcan come down to that 1829. We're going to see the sun shine on that 1829. There's just been a lot of energy with that 433. Lots of energy here with the 432 in Cancer, the Chronos. There's a devouring energy here. That 1545 that I was telling you that the DA has, Mars and Leo is coming to that degree. Chris's Saturn, that's where Neptune is going to be, limits and obstacles. But that's with it's with Neptune, so we're not going to see it clearly. It's going to be foggy. It's going to be foggy. I'm going to have to look at this. I haven't seen this one just yet. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. We got a relationship here with Juno, and it's going to come down to a 1055. It's going to oppose other states. Like, it's going to oppose other states. And then the dark moon is coming to Chris and the, excuse me, it's going to come to Chris and the degree in which he shares. It's his fate. It's his lunar nodes. Those lunar nodes are going to come dark with the other agencies that are involved in Sebastian's case. And if you do have a calendar, put it on your calendar to see what happens on this day, what we can learn, because June 8th, we're going to see Zeus hasn't made it here yet. Damn it. Because when Zeus makes it to this 2642, whenever it does, I think that if there's any type of physician, we'll know who that physician is. We'll know who the physician is. who's going to bring the enlightenment. But man, the 1542 that Sebastian has with his natal that goes to, right, that goes to Virginia, that's coming. The 1256, that's coming to Virginia. Not saying that he's in Virginia. I'm just saying that that's what I'm seeing here. And then the 1256, that's Selena's going to come to that. Let's keep going. Ah, dang. But I do see Crabtree, and I do see that Crabtree shares a degree in which Layla Centinelo, who went missing out of Kingsport, Tennessee, they share that. But the lunar node of fate, the 344, is coming down in degree to a 342. And so the south node is going to sit on the magnetism of Michael Proudfoot. So I want to keep going and want to see how this is working itself out. And I know I'm just mouth of the South. I can't shut up right now, but um I don't know. I don't know his eyes. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we could be looking at court proceedings here, but there's things that are going down that are just um I'm playing the tape through, but I do see that that was in transit when Sebastian went missing. That 344 matches me. I mean, I remember it. I know how I connect because I've been to Israel. I've been to Mexico. That 344 is coming into transit when Jupiter is expanding this emotion with Sebastian and the things that are hidden at home and where he's at. And the Secret Service are weighted down. They're weighted. They're sharing this weight of Hades. It's weighted. Secret Service is not doing good on this day at all when Sebastian has Jupiter expanding all of the emotions that are hidden at home. Chiron is coming to the 2934 that California has. That 344 is coming down to the 342 with California, and that is also the same degree with Michael Proudfoot. It also goes to Oklahoma. 342 goes to Oklahoma too. There it is. So Michael Proudfoot, Crabtree, and Faith. I see them all right here. And Mrs. Bowersox. This is Tuesday morning, June 9th. The weight is now pushed off of the Secret Service. There's a lot of energy going to Seth, shaking Chris Proudfoot up with all of his problemos. He's got major problems. And look, Saturn is coming to that 1256, going to bring limits and obstacles with me, Virginia, and Summer Wells. And at the same time, Pallas is right behind Saturn. And that, like I said, that 1256 doesn't just go to, it also goes to Massachusetts. The moon is about to cross over the moon of Sebastian at a 428. And we have a divine justice. Okay, we have a divine justice that's coming to Sebastian at 1134. No, 1143 to the teacher. To the teacher, let's look at it. 1143. There's the teacher, and it's his Selena. So there's a teacher here. It's a teacher. It's going to just sit on Sebastian's fourth house of home with mom. It's Wednesday, June 10th. Ah, okay. Now the fate is coming over Cassie. And the spokesperson for Chris Proudfoot, Saturn is coming over Brian, Melissa's husband. Okay. Now the weight is going to come over the weight is coming over Craddock. Lots of emotions are going down with him and the United States with Mercury. Ooh, Mercury's gonna hit it first. The media, Thursday, June 11th, July, August. So it's 2 months before the elections. And, I know that if he wants to get reelected in August, if Craddock wants to get reelected in August, he better find Sebastian before August. And I think he knows this. I think he knows this. And he better, I mean, he's gonna have to do something quick. We're gonna learn about a relationship with Sebastian. The weight, all of the emotional weight. Mercury is the media. Mercury is going to be talking about, we're gonna be talking about him and Sebastian. Where's Sebastian Craddock? You better hurry up and get to work, buddy, because this isn't looking good for you. Not looking good at all. So the 1448, that degree is also with the United States, their connection with Trump. That connection goes to Eric Craddock. So the 1448 is going to come into transit in Cancer, same degree, same sign as Eric Craddock with his emotional explosion with Vulcanus. Well, then the weight is going to come. So first the media gets to him first. It's going to be the media first. Because not only is Jupiter going to come over that emotional intensity with Sebastian in the 8th house, so will Venus. So will Venus. Things are not looking good for him. If he doesn't find Sebastian by then, this weight is going to be surreal. And like I said, the lunar nodes of fate are, I'm seeing Cassie. I am. I don't know what she has to do with any of this, but she could probably just be showing up just simply because she was with Sebastian that weekend. Pluto is coming down to oppose. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's get Hades there. There it is. Hades is going to sit there. And you know what? Brian, y'all, if y'all got anything to do with it, you better start doing something different to try to finagle a way out of this, because eventually the timing is going to be just right and everything is going to be made known. Everything's going to be made known. But here's the wait, and this is going to be a 24-hour wait. So by June 11th, by the evening of June 11th until the evening of June 12th, Eric Craddock isn't going to have anything good going on because of this case. He could be a great sheriff, okay? But you ain't great until you bring Sebastian home. And I do see that there is a lot of communications going down with him. This 542 that is showing up with Ceres and Gemini in the 7th house of relationships and partnerships. Look, that degree also goes to, not it goes to the Jupiter of Eric Craddock, but it also goes to faith. It also goes to faith. His connection with faith. I mean, this is disheartening really to see, but And I really hope that something comes about before this. I really do. I really do. I hope that we're not waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for somebody to actually either fess up, find Sebastian, or, actually do their job and do something different to get different results because we have to do something different. Keep recombing the case. Keep doing, keep working on it. Come on, y'all. Jesus, help us, God. Bring this boy home. Gosh. And it could be that he's so weighted down that there's an arrest that's made because it's not just about his personal home. Sumner County is his home. Tennessee is his home. And he's got to do something. He's got to do something, man. We got to do something. Something different. And there's the United States for sure. Things are happening in the United States. Of course, there are always some crazy shit going down. This is Cuba. There's Cuba again. There's Cuba again. We're going to have a flame of life with Sebastian and that teacher right there. This is Missouri. This 2941, we're looking at Missouri. Chiron is on Missouri in the fourth house of home. Again, we could be having storms. We could be having quakes. I don't know. But the media is right there in Virginia. Oh, thank you, Pam. Hey, thank you so much. I don't know his eyes. I know that Michael Proudfoot was showing up. There was a lot of energy that was around Sebastian's disappearance, and God's will was definitely being done with him. Take that however, yeah. I can also say this. Look, Canada has a 334. So do I. So does Jack. Me, Jack, and Canada match here. We sure do. That's in June. Me, Jack, and Canada. I wonder when. If Zeus, when will Zeus ever make it? When will you make it, Zeus, to that 2642? Here's the position 2639, 2641, 42. Jesus. This is interesting because now I want to show y'all something. And this is going to, you're going to see what I'm talking about when I say that these degrees will just keep showing up. They'll just keep showing up, keep showing up, keep showing up. Watch this. We're going to have to look at Tennessee. Okay, so Sebastian, okay, this is what I've done. I wanted to see when Zeus, because Zeus is going to be the magnetism. I want to see the magnetism come here. I want to see when Zeus is finally going to make it to that 2642, because that 2642 is, well, I won't get into everything, but watch. The magnetism is going to come and sit here for at least 24 hours. And then we're going to see Selena come and sit here. Oh, sorry, I don't know how that happened. We're going to see Selena sit here. Oh shit, I did it again. Okay, let's try it again. Selena is going to sit here. at the 648. This is the 11th house of groups. And as you can see, it's in Libra. Libra is the justice. We want to see the justice here with the physician. Who's the physician? I don't know, but I want to find out, right? So we see this, right? We see that this physician is going to be having a magnetism, the law, with the groups, with the law enforcement agencies. Okay. There's a transformation during this period of time with the 517. The transformation with trans Pluto is a 517. Now, watch this. Hold on. Look at this. There's a breakup with a 519, then we've got a transformation with a 515. So, what that's telling me is that I need to look for this degree because this is the collective. It's a collective energy. What does the state of Tennessee have? We need to look because not only are we seeing a collective energy with the 517, but we're seeing the breakup with a mitos, this communications here with a 523. So I want to see what Tennessee has. I know that Tennessee receives information at a 2428. Interesting. We won't see this enlightenment. Katie has just had, she's just had a lot of warring going on with her. And look, I mean, this is California. This is California. 333, that's California. So we need to look at California too. We need to look at California. We need to look at Tennessee. That 2647, well, Jupiter has already made contact, not the same sign, but already made contact. Jupiter and Leo has already made contact, expanding that position. So let's go back. Let's go back and look. Golly, there's that Chris and Nina. Okay, let's look at this. 2642. 2642. Hey, Junie. Hey, babe. Good to see ya. So watch this. Okay, so let's check this out. Okay. I mean, this is what I do, y'all. If I wasn't talking this out with you guys, I would just be doing this by myself in here in my head. So thanks for hanging out. Thank y'all so much. Okay, so here we go. Let's see that Jupiter. Let's see that Jupiter at a 2642. Let's go back the day before. Let's go back the day before, November 28th. Here we go. Here we go. Jupiter is expanding it. What can we see here? 2434. Well, we keep on seeing that one. 57. The 1350, that's going to be in transit. Yep. My goodness gracious. My goodness. Let's look. Okay, so 2642, we've got a 115. So we know we know that Mars has already made contact with the Mars in Virginia, so right? It's already made contact with the Mars in Virginia at a 110. Because this, y'all, remember I said that this 110 goes to Summer Wells, right? This 110 in Virgo goes to Summer Wells. This 110 also goes to Virginia. Virginia's Mars. Virginia's Mars is a 110 in Virgo. This is a 110 in Virgo. We're expanding here with Sebastian. We're learning something about that physician, aren't we? Lao lao, honey. We see that Mercury is coming to that 1909 that Chris Proud shares with the other agencies. We can see that Vulcan is at a 1351. We know that Chris shares that with Eric Craddock and his wife, all of her pain, right? And we see that Sebastian, his ascendant is at 2656. Chiron in the 11th house of groups, his hopes, his wishes, his friends, all of that. Man, I mean, that also goes to Maryland. The 2656, we're going to see Maryland show up too. And that where Chris graduated allegedly, or did he? Did he really graduate from there? Anyway, so this 517 is showing up as a collective. We see a 331 showing up. This is coming down to a 331 as well. Uranus is, and they're both going to be at that 331 or 332, making contact with somebody that's got it. Somebody's got it. And I know that Katie and she has that 743. Well, we're going to see the physician. There's going to be limits and obstacles with Terry Bowersox and the physician. And then look, this 2501 where Eris is at presently with the Secret Service, it's coming back. Eris is going to come back and sit with the Secret Service. And they're not happy. Secret Service is not happy. So we'll see the Secret Service show back up again in November. Regardless of, Sebastian is found or not. Sebastian is having, he's going through some pain here. And there's the physician that's being called in. And we are looking at it in the communications house, in the third house of communications. So Jupiter's going to come and expand that physician. And then Zeus. That's what I want to see. I want to see Zeus. Let's look at this. There's a Secret Service too, right there. The 1444 right there. They're learning something. What you learning? What are y'all learning? That 757 was in transit when Sebastian went missing. That was the Cupid in Capricorn. And Katie, she just has a lot of anger. She has a lot of anger with what's being found out here. So you might as well give it up, Katie. The flame of life at a 1241, it's coming into the same degree of, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Terry Bowersox Jr. That 1251 is coming into contact. Well, it's actually coming and going to oppose the state of Tennessee with the relationship. With the relationship. $23.43, that's Virginia. Remember? $23.43, that's Virginia. It's their outer will. Their outer will. Come on, Secret Service. Come on, do your thing, man. Come on. Do your thing. Let's see. And then I want to see what it's going to look like when Selena gets to that outer will with Zeus. Let's just look at that. Let's just go ahead and look at it. I mean, shit, we're already in the next year, so we might as well. Hopefully it don't take till next year, guys. I mean, what do I know? I can't tell you exactly when somebody's going to be found, when somebody, I wish I could. I tell you one thing though, this 317 is, I can see that little girl's case is going forward there. We're at a 635. So Zeus is still at the 642, 2642. This is the state of Tennessee. Their Chiron is a 2211. There's communications with the media. It's right before the 10 o'clock news. Okay. Let's go to the 648. Let's go to the 648. What are we learning here, Selena? What do we want? What can you teach us right now? Okay, so Zeus is going to let off of the physician, and then we're going to learn. Now we're learning something after that magnetism. Look at that. Y'all see what I see, don't you? That there's a 23, 34, 24, 20. Okay, so let's look at this. 2655. Let's just look at the 2656 because that's his rising sign right there. Okay, I want to show you something. I want to show you guys something. Let's get it to Sebastian. I want to show you this. When Sebastian went missing, this 1514 and his 1516, because Hygeia is coming to that 1516. The dark moon, Juno, there was a relationship with the dark moon, and they were in conversation side by side when he went missing. And the dark moon and the Juno came over that 1516 and made contact with it, right? Well, before it comes to Sebastian and makes contact with that Mars, it's going to make contact with the Bower Sox first. It just is. Sure is. And what's going to happen is Chiron is going to, at a 2649, is going to come down in degree to a 2642 and oppose him. Chiron at a 26 degree in Aries is actually right here in the 5th house of kids and creativity. It's about school, how he creates, how he has fun, how he plays. And we are coming to that 337 that Cassie has that she shares with the spokesperson for the Proudfoots, Crimson. It's going to be very intense on this day. This very intense. I can already see it. It's going to be intense. It's going to be an opposition with Terry Bowersox too. Let's look at that 2649. I want to see it 2642. Let's see. 2642. Shit, where am I at? Sebastian's birthday, it is the 7th of December. Let's see. 2642. Let's get it there. Because we're sad. You know, there's things going on with that physician. We have gotten enlightenment. We have finally reached a threshold of enlightenment with this physician with the physician meeting Zeus. There's a lot of enlightenment that the law enforcement, that the courts should have. If there's any evidence, you know what I'm saying, like we should, let's see, 2642. There it is. Yeah. Okay. So, December 6th, here we are. We're at his birthday again. Jesus, help us, God. I digress, man. All right, so this 1717 is the dark moon of Alabama. The 2948, we're coming again into the degree with California and New York. But this 314, man, there's a shaky shake with the state of Tennessee. This 314 is also a same degree that Terry Bowersox shares with the state of Tennessee. Jupiter is expanding at that 2656. Man, there's that 517. 517, 517, 517. We need to find that. It's been a conscious raising experience with the relationship with the TBI, the Secret Service. My God. So we're coming into this is the 18th birthday. And I've seen this. I've got it saved. I've looked at it and I want to show you who shows up. I mean, I can't make it up. Okay. I'm not making this shit up. I can't make it up. Right. Let's just keep on going. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There we are. There we are. So here's the 1542 right there. And I just want you to see how this is working itself out. On his 18th birthday, so he has a solar return. 342. Once again, we see there is a major transformation that is coming in the future. There's a major transformation that's coming with groups. It is showing up with the same degree that Michael Proudfoot has, that California has, that Oklahoma has. There again is the 357 with the divine justice. There's Crabtree once again. Why does he keep showing up? Why does Michael Proudfoot keep showing up? There's a relationship that is coming to give Chris it's a relationship with Chris. Must be Crabtree, right? Why would he keep showing up? I don't know. I don't know. This 1718 goes to Katie. It also goes to, and this is Poseidon in Scorpio. It also goes to Kentucky. 750 goes to Kentucky. This 1616, well, that's going to Mississippi. Same o degrees, same o degrees. This 517 is coming, this 518 is coming down to the same degree, the 517, right there. Chris's Neptune is a 2640. That's where Chiron is. That Neptune is inside, just where, with the quartz, it's where we go far, like to Mississippi. So God's will is being done with the United States of America at an 808. All right, let me find out who the fives are going to. Is it, let me look at Tennessee. Let me see if I've got Tennessee up. Let me look at California too. Let me look at Tennessee. Hold on. Jilly, I mean, that's what I think that's why they think that this is a damn game. Oh, why am I looking at Virginia? Jesus. Tennessee. They really don't. I mean, I really think that that's what it is. That's why they're not looking. That's why she has a blank stare. My gosh. Got to be kidding me. Okay, so Tennessee's got a 521. This is where the state of Tennessee meets up with Kentucky, and this relationship is not just in Kentucky. There are relationships in Kentucky like Terry Bowersox Jr. He has that degree, but they have a 521. The state of Tennessee does. So let's keep looking because I'm looking for a 517, a 518. I know that this is Katie, her relationship and connection with Kentucky. And we all know what that relationship is. And she's got the wisdom. I don't know, man. And maybe she's already locked up at this time. I don't know. There's something going down though here. Let's look at the look one more time here. Like I need a it's too early, but damn. Let's see. Let me look at California. And I'm going to look at Oklahoma. Because at 342 with Michael Proudfoot, that's where they go, California and Oklahoma. So let's look. Well, California's got a 519 and a 515. So that's definitely close enough, right? The 515, 519. Interesting. They have a 1252. See, that's the 342 right there. It's their ascendant degree. So Michael Proudfoot has this 342 in his chart. Sebastian Rogers has a 2950 in his chart. Mrs. Bowersox has a 2934 in her chart. Secret Service has a 2044 in their chart. But there's an opposition there. The 1301, that goes to Brian and California. So Brian is also connected to California. Brian is the husband of Melissa. Homeland Security has that 2154. I was just looking at that 1554 and yeah. Okay, so we could definitely be looking at California. Let's go back. Let's look at Oklahoma. I mean, I'll you know, I'm going to have to look at other places too. It's ridiculous. I mean, do they really? I mean, I don't know. I digress, man. It's very disheartening to see this, really. But I think you're right, Jilly. I think you get. Hey, Daisy Dude, good to see you, babe. Good to see y'all. Y'all welcome in. If anybody is new to this channel, it doesn't look like anybody is new though. I've seen all y'all. I've seen all y'all. Hey, y'all. I'm looking at the chat. Hi, y'all. Good afternoon. I haven't shut up yet, have I? I know, Jilly. It makes me so mad too. But what can we do? Like, what can we do about it? We can't do anything except just cry. Like, whine and cry about it. Okay, so I'm going to look at Mississippi too, just simply because Mississippi is showing up with their lunar nodes, and we know that degree was definitely in transit when Sebastian went missing. The wisdom was in Mississippi, and we know who was in Mississippi. Chris Proudfoot, you were in Mississippi. I wasn't. Okay. Okay, so look, California has the 2044, right? Well, so does Oklahoma. So does Oklahoma. I'll make sure the Secret Service match them, but I'm pretty sure that 2044 it goes to California and Oklahoma. Now, the TBI matches Oklahoma and Alabama with the 1414. That 1414 was in transit when Sebastian went missing as well. Okay. There's the 342 that connects to California, but it also connects to Michael Proudfoot, who we know is or was a truck driver. Okay. Yes, ma'am. 2046. That goes to Sebastian and the TBI. 2419, 2420 was in transit with Chiron when he went missing. That would have to do with two people with communications. So this 342 isn't just going to transform Michael. That 342 isn't just going to transform the ascendant of California with groups. It's also going to transform the courts, the things that we learn, the things that we learn with Selena in Oklahoma. So that's that. Let me see. Let me make sure that the Secret Service has that 2044. Let me pull up the Secret Service with Oklahoma. Let's go. Where are you at? Secret Service right there. Oklahoma. No, damn it. It's a 2440. I was close, but not. I ain't gonna get it. I mean, look. 2340. Their lunar nodes are 1652, 2046. 2046. Where's Sebastian? Yes. Okay. So see, he's got the 2046. That's in the fifth house of kids, creativity, how he creates. It's in Aries. That's his Eris, goddess of discord and strife. The 2046 that the TBI has is opposing Sebastian. There's an opposition. So the 2046 is the Pluto and Libra for the TBI. There's an opposition here. There's a challenge here. I agree, Pam. I agree. Hands down, totally. I think that we can learn a lot from Nina and her testimony. You know, the things that she said, I think that she was spot on. I do. I think she was spot on, man. She was. She told us she told us the things that we needed to know. Now, on December 3rd, it's going to come though on December 3rd. Let's look at this for a second. Because we just saw that the state of Tennessee has a 521 in Aries. So there's going to be a breakup on the 3rd. This is what we're learning. So could we? Or am I just going to be talking about there's things that we're going to learn after this physician? Is people going to be talking about it? You know, we just don't know. The 2420 is definitely going to be in transit with Oklahoma. With Oklahoma. Hmm. Oklahoma rises. Let's look at that. I think Oklahoma rises at a 250. I think I just saw that. A 250. Okay, let's go back. Shit, where was I? Where was I? I want to go back to December 2nd, right there. Okay, so Mars is at a 231. Let's look at that. Let's look at the 250. Shoot. Now I'm back in Oklahoma. Let's go back to December 2nd. Let's look at this. 250. So the next day, there it is. 26, 55. Let's look at this for a second. 29, 28. That's the TBI. There's the TBI. There's the ascendant of Oklahoma, and the nodes are coming down in degree to Oklahoma. There's the disordered aggression with Melissa. We're about to have a relationship come to the north node of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And then the Hygeia at a 1526 is coming to the outer wheel of the Secret Service at a 1528. There's the breakup with Tennessee with communications. Will all be. That's hitting the ascendant. Chris is going to have a divine justice here. 303, 302, 304. This is also with his, the 304 is also with his spokesperson. There's the 1219. There's a relationship with Sebastian right there. It's coming in the future. And that spokesperson is showing up again. Crimson is showing up again with the same degree in which I want to say Texas has. This is Texas. This is Oklahoma. So this is Oklahoma. This is Texas, but it's also Cassie and Crimson. And then so is this, the spokesperson. Huh. I don't know if we'll see anything, that has to do with anything pertaining to Sebastian, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that, and here's Missouri. Venus is on Missouri's physician, bringing enlightenment. Look at that. God's will is being done with Vulcan at a 649. It's coming down to that 648 that Mercury was stationing at in Sag. Mercury was here. Remember? Mercury is about to be here. So we need to listen. We need to understand what's happening. Because, who knows? Maybe somebody's going to be arrested. We don't know. There it is, though. Vulcan is going to trace over and going to come back where Mercury was. And it's an ending. There's a finale here. There's a finale. And the sun is going to come and it's going to shine and transform Texana. Man, oh man. Let me look at Texas too, just to see. And I know y'all are worn out with this. You got to be. Let's look at Texas for a second. Because Chris and his spokesperson, see, there's a 2419. So when Sebastian went missing, we have a 2419 and 2420. So the 2419 is going to go to Texas. The 2420 is going to go to Oklahoma. The state of Tennessee, their outer wheel, their values at home, the things that are hidden is a 7-Eleven. Texas also matches the Venus in Aquarius at a 7-Eleven with, Mexico, okay? So, Mexico has the 7-Eleven, Texas has the 7-Eleven, and so does the state of Tennessee. But Tennessee has it with Capricorn and Cancer, so it's about work and home, and Texas and has it with their moon here in the 3rd house of communications with groups, with the Venus, same degree, same sign of Aquarius. It's just their Venus is 7-Eleven in the chart of Mexico, which is interesting because that 337 that I was telling you about that goes to Cassie and the spokesperson, the Crimson girl that's all about Chris Proudfoot. Well, she has that degree. It's her Neptune, actually. It's her Neptune. So it's just a lot of studying. I gotta look at this. I gotta look at that 18th birthday and um I gotta look at this. The thing about it, Texas isn't what gets me about this is Oklahoma with the flame of life that gets reignited. It's anytime this 2046 comes to Sebastian and the TBI, it's also coming to Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? So it makes me wonder, does that mean that he's in Oklahoma, that he's not by his house? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm playing the numbers game, just trying to figure it out here. But the TBI does have that degree, okay? So it's like we need to see where is the Secret Service showing up? You know, where is the Secret Service showing up with all of this? Because it's gonna have to bring if the Secret Service isn't connecting because he's alive and he's being hidden out or what have you, and he's just gonna show up when he's 18 and go, surprise. I'm good, y'all. I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to get away. You know, if he comes back and he says all that, we'll be elated. We'll be so happy, right? We'll be so happy. But look, on December 7th, with Sebastian's birthday, on the 26th, I mean, 2026, when he turns 18, Uranus is actually going to oppose the moon of the Secret Service. So, can we say that the Secret Service is going to come close, but they're not going to get anything? Could it be that the TBI is looking in another direction when they should be looking somewhere else? You know what I mean? I hope so. I really do hope so. Because there's definitely a relationship. There's a relationship that's going to give Chris a conscious raising experience. Mercury is definitely coming in an opposition with him. So is the moon. Secret Service is having a major opposition with groups and their tech, all that tech. I just think it's interesting. Very interesting indeed. I don't see, though. I don't see where Oklahoma, I don't see where they're showing up anywhere else, though. The 2658, you know, Sebastian rises at a 2656 and his dark moon is at a 2658. He has a lot of disordered aggression when it comes to school, places he's been before. I need to look at Mississippi. There's also something that Seth is gonna be learning here. Let me look at Mississippi, because that's where the health is as well. Let's look at Mississippi. Let's look at Mississippi here. Let's look at all angles. What does December 8th look like? Oh, I'll get us there. So we see that there is a 1616. This is Hygeia. It's about the health. The health during this period of time on his birthday is faded with the values here, Mississippi, the things that are hidden here with Mississippi. And I just want to say that the magnetism that Mississippi has goes to the Saturn of Terry Bowersox. It does. Before Jupiter makes it to that 2656 with Sebastian and to the 2658 with Sebastian's dark moon, Jupiter is going to make contact with the physician here with Mississippi's public image, which is very interesting, because we see at 2655, right? So Jupiter's going to make contact first with the physician, and then Jupiter is going to come to Sebastian, and then Jupiter will come here first. Jupiter's going to come there first. Hmm. Remember that 2021 that I kept saying is showing up, and it's with me and lover girl Maxwell? Mississippi has that. Same degree. Hmm. Remember the connection that I said that Kathy Bowersox and the Secret Service have? It's a 1357. That's where Mississippi has all of their problems, all the weight that they have is hidden with the communications in Mississippi. And it goes to Chris and his mother. So Chris's mom, the missing event, and Terry Bowersox, I mean, a strong connection with Mississippi, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt. I don't see the 1517. I don't see the 517. Let's see what else can we see here. 2640. Mm-mm. Let's see. Hmm. I don't see anything else. Now, Hygeia would be coming here. She's making her way to the ascendant. She's definitely making her way to that ascendant. Where's their Aries? 1034. Hmm. Let's look at the next day. The day after his 18th birthday. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. The 929, this is Terry Bowersock's. He has a lot of disordered aggression, lots of anger. And we see that Mercury is at a 343, same degree as Pluto. They're coming into that 344 once again. Once again. It's going to shake things up. Hold on. Let's go to the Secret Service. Right there. There's me and Seth. Chris has got a lot of problems that's shaking him up with groups. Jupiter is about to come into the values. Hold on. So the Secret Service with the relationship here. There's Kathy. There's that money, honey. There's that money. 2650. Let me see. Six. 24. Okay. Oh, wrong way. So we got so the weight now is going to come to Mississippi, right? Now the weight is coming to Mississippi. That 1616 that we just saw, it's about to be weighted down at a home or a campsite or their home, period, in Mississippi. Let's look at that. When's it going to come right to it? Right there. Okay, so now there's Mississippi. There's the weight. There's a devouring energy with Katie. There's a devouring energy with Kentucky. The Secret Service and I we're kind of sharing a degree. Look at all of that. This is 1:30 in the morning. Look at all that, y'all. Boom. Psychic right here. Wow. 29. 29 degrees. Critical. Critical. Critical with health. There could be some storms going on. I don't know, man, but it's some critical shit going down. But there is a lot of problems that Chris has got going on. Zeus is going to come to that 2656, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe. The Secret Service is pissed off. Lots of responsibility and accountability is coming to the FBI. And guess who it's opposing? It's opposing the family and Melissa. It's opposing Melissa. No matter what time she's born, it's opposing her. There's a wake-up call with this 340, and I'm pretty sure this 340 is either You know what? Chris Carr is about to have a Saturn return. Let's see if that what Saturn's going to do here. Let's just keep on going. Let's keep going. Hold on. Damn, Jupiter's going to go in retrograde. So Jupiter's going to come back to that 2656, 2658. Okay, that's fine. Come on back. Come on back. There's Virginia. I think it's 2343. Shit. The 757, look, 756 with Saturn, 756 with Apollo. When Sebastian went missing, the 757 was in transit with Cupid. It could be with Terry Bowersox. It could be with John that went to the UK. Going to be a wake-up call with Miss Bowersox on the 15th. Investigation. My Jupiter is going to be transformed. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I get it. Okay, so 2656. Let's go days. Let's just get Zeus there. I mean, dang. We've gotten this far. December 19th. Let's go ahead and get Jupiter at the 2656 too. Where you at, Jupiter? Right there. So the 2656 is going to be in transit times 2. Now, it doesn't just go to Sebastian, right? The 2656 also goes to Maryland. We're going to have to pull up Maryland. There's Terry Bowersox, Saturn. It's with Mars. Jupiter is at a 2656. There's the 2120. That's going to go against me right there. And the sun is going to oppose, look, that 2040, it's going to come to that 2046 with Oklahoma. It's Oklahoma. And then there's going to be a devouring energy with home and family and a lot of sadness and pain with Mrs. Bowersox. There's a letting go with communications with the FBI. I keep seeing that degree, and I know that I've seen that in a chart. Hold on. The Saturn, though, Pluto is coming to that Saturn degree that Chris has. There's a reigniting of a flame right here with Indiana. The moon is in Aries at a 2922 at this time. So the 2329, we're coming down in degree to Louisiana. But Zeus at being here at a 2656 is definitely making contact with that ascendant and descendant of Sebastian and Maryland. So I'm going to see that. I'm going to see that Maryland's chart. And are y'all sick of this yet? Where's Sebastian in all this? You tell me. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out. I've been figuring it out, trying to figure it out since he went missing. Tell me. I'm still trying to figure it out. If I knew, I mean, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be telling y'all this is where we need to go. This is what we need to do. I can't, I haven't been able to pinpoint. I just haven't. I would love to. I would love to, but I can't. Not yet. It ain't, if it's willed, you know, you're not tired. So this 2656, see, Sebastian rises here at a 2656 in Scorpio, and he descends with relationships at a 2656 in Taurus. Marilyn has the exact opposition. Like they descend with Sebastian. Okay. Sebastian descends with Maryland. I mean, he actually rises where they descend. Where he rises, they descend. Does that make sense to you guys? I also want to show you, remember that 742 that goes to Mississippi? That I believe is the Saturn degree of Terry Bowersox. That 742 is also found in Maryland, in Maryland's chart. So, you know, I can't pinpoint a place though where Sebastian could be in Maryland. The desires that Katie has that goes to Kentucky, it's a 1718 in Scorpio. Kentucky has that. But so does Maryland. So does Maryland. It's disheartening, really. Seth Rogers has a 1733 in his chart. There's a devouring energy here. Chronos, it's about a timing. It's about a timing. I don't know if they would be moving Sebastian around. Isn't he a camper? Is he, would they risk that? I don't think so. I don't know though. But I can tell you one thing, Sebastian's values in that second house in Sagittarius and the eighth house of Gemini at a 2706, well, that's exactly where Marilyn has the moon in the fifth house of kids. The 1349, 1350 that I kept talking about, Marilyn also has that. So not only does Sebastian and his father connect to Marilyn, but Sebastian descends with Marilyn. Marilyn descends with Sebastian. And Sebastian has this 26 degree in Taurus, and it's a conspiracy degree. Do you see why now it's very hard to pinpoint where he could be? Or where he is going to be found eventually, or where he is going to, is he's going to have to, either if he's out of the country, he's going to have to go to an embassy. If he is in another state, he is going to have to somehow make it back to Tennessee or go to the law enforcement. But look, this fifth house of kids and creativity is also about school. And there's a reflection here with values. The values that someone older would have pressed upon him. And that would be, we know who that would be. It's definitely not Seth. Katie, she matches the state of Maryland here. So let's just look. Let's just look and see. Let's just look. Let's go to Maryland. Oh, Sebastian. And let's look. Let's go all the way to Maryland. So I'm going to have to see if Katie has anything from here, which we know she's going to have to. She's going to have something here. From Taurus, Gemini, and of course, until she gives me her birth time. And that's another thing. Why wouldn't they have given me their birth time by now? If they're so innocent, give me your birth time, Katie. Chris, you're so innocent. Give me your birth time. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Seth gave me his birth time. He ain't scared. Gave me Sebastian's. I mean, they want Sebastian found, okay? His dad wants Sebastian found. His dad does not know where Sebastian's at. So let's take Katie off. Let's look at Seth. Seth is going through Maryland. Okay. Chris has definitely been to Maryland, but he should have, this is where his Chiron is, and his Hades is in Gemini. Is actually going into West Virginia, Kentucky, West Virginia. We may need to look at West Virginia. Aren't you in West Virginia? Me too, if you're still in here. Let's look at West Virginia. West Virginia. Come on, stop doing that to me. I know I've got West Virginia. Oh, I did West Virginia's. Okay. Nope. Nerp. Let's look at West Virginia. Their moon is a 1055. The state of Tennessee's Pluto is a 1055. So I did see things just going over West Virginia. I do see this show up a lot, but I'm not really impressed. I'm not really impressed here. Let me go back. I did talk about Massachusetts. Let's look at Seth. So I'm rising here with Seth's 12th house outer wheel in Gemini. Things of the past with communications. Let's leave it right here for a second. Let's take the parents off. Let's look at the missing. Okay, so the missing is going a little higher up. Pennsylvania. New York. See, I just can't find a good place. Now, I need to see if there's anything that I'm missing with Admetos and Gemini on the missing event to the Vesta. So the Admetos and the Vesta. I need to see if there's anything that's coming in between there. Where's the border? There's a Maryland. Okay, so we do have a Maryland here. There's Chris. This is where his Chiron is. Okay, so we're bordering Maryland and West Virginia, but we know We need to either go toward Pennsylvania. We could pull Pennsylvania. Let me see the missing event here. Tennessee rises going southeast and descends going northeast. So they are descending here with relationships, with communications. Secret Service, where are they showing up? They're showing up there, but I don't have a whole lot of angles for them right here. What is that? Are you talking about the map? Are you talking about the map, His Eyes? Let's see. $19.19. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Shoot. God dang. Nothing. Just Chris and the missing event. Just Chris and the missing so far. The DA gets a wake-up call with the flame of life and communications in Maryland. What is going on here? I need to put some more of Tennessee up in here or something. The DA is right here. Missing Uranus is right there. Where's Katie? Oh no, she's going to have something here. Pennsylvania and Maryland. This is where he descends. This is where Sebastian descends here. But look at this in Virginia. They're all just showing up there. And this is where I meet the FBI, but that's in Virginia. Look at Pennsylvania. I know I've got Pennsylvania up. And of course, they're going to connect to Pennsylvania because guess who's in Pennsylvania? Hmm. Hmm. Hey, Diane. Hey, honey. Good to see you too. I hope you're doing good. 2440. We know that the Secret Service definitely connects to, so they connect to Kathy and Mississippi, don't they? They sure do. And they definitely connect to Pennsylvania with that timing of 2440. Okay, let's go back. Let's look at the 18th birthday, Sebastian. Excuse me. Where Pennsylvania go? Right there. Good to see you too, babe. I hope you're doing okay. And if anybody wants to come up on the panel, feel free. I mean, it's just kind of one of them days. One of them days where I just, just disgusted. We know that the day of his birthday, we're matching. There's definitely a connection with Kentucky, but also Maryland. There's a lot of connections that's being made on that day, and it should. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world. Hmm. A lot going on. Let me look at Maine. I've got to look at Maine because these lines are going up into Maine, and I don't know. I'm feeling it, feeling like just looking at some of these places. Yeah, I heard about that. But I didn't know that you were with Lady Freedom. Hold on. I didn't know that you were with Lady Freedom. Is she the one that no, 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 no. She had messaged me about somebody wanting a yard sign. I know, Diane. If I hadn't have been traveling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, I would have come back on that Sunday. But man, I was worn out. And I just felt like it was just something that she wanted to do, on her way out. Let's look at Maine for a second, just because, just because, just because. And if anybody wants to come up here, let me give y'all the link. Hold on. If you want to come up, Diane, anybody can. Y'all are more than welcome. I'll drop the link here. Yeah, I remember. I remember meeting you, babe. Okay, yeah, it was you then. Yeah, I've got a yard sign for you. I've got a yard sign for you. And I'll be in the area Wednesday. I'm in the area each week, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday. If anybody wants to hop up on the panel, feel free to join me. Feel free. Take that link and come on. Hold on just a second, y'all. Hold on. I was looking for Jeff. I was looking for Jeff. He's outside cleaning the chicken coop. He doesn't stop. Like, he does not stop. In my opinion, for all we know, CP could have given him someone that nice, right, RV, and they keep moving Sebastian while caring for him. Exactly. We just don't know. But, what we do know is that their behavior is suspect as hell. It is. It's suspect. We can't deny the way that we feel as mothers, as fathers. It's really hard to deny. It's hard to deny that their behavior is just off the chain weird. They don't present themselves as having a missing kid. They actually present themselves as knowing where he is and actually having fun with it. Fun fact. Fun fact, before he went missing, this is what I fed him. That's not a fun fact, honey. There's nothing fun fact about it. It's weird. It's weird. Brandy Vaughn. That's a mother that has a missing kid. They are, man. I mean, they are, y'all. I can't I can't tell you just how it takes me back. It takes me back. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. I want to look at Maine, but if anybody wants to come up, I mean, you got the link there. If anybody wants to come up, just feel free. Y'all can come up and we can chit chat. We can chit chat if you want to come on up. Open panel. Let's do it. Even if you're the spokesperson for Chris Proudfoot. Let's see. Even if they're the spokesperson, I mean, like I'm just Maine does come in. Let me show y'all Maine. Let me show y'all Maine and what I'm talking about. Let me show you. Let me show you the full screen here. This is weird. Okay, so the 757 that was in transit when Sebastian went missing, there it is. It's a 757, but it was being opposed. Maine was being opposed all day when Sebastian went missing. They were being opposed in the third house of communications. Did they really? The golden doodles? I know that they had puppies because he's allegedly said, "Night puppies, night mommy, night Bubba." I remember that they got rid of his snake. Are you talking about the puppies though, Diane? Are you talking about the puppies? Just come up on panel, Diane. You know you want to just talk it out. Am I showing y'all my screen? Let's see. Y'all are seeing it. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure y'all see this. Okay. Are y'all talking about the puppies? Am I missing something? I was wondering where he was, Jeff. Okay. Y'all are seeing the screen, right? Uh, Y'all see my chart, right? 'Cause I'm not seeing it. What the hell is going on here? Well, y'all are. Well, Jesus. Okay, sorry. Okay. I'm waiting for the screen to show on my end, but I don't see it. So I just wanted to make sure that y'all see the screen. Y'all see Maine's chart, right? It's like mine on my other screen is stuck. Okay, yeah, y'all can see it. All right. So not only is so Maine is Maine opposes Sebastian here at a 0021. His 0021 is in Capricorn and it's with Pluto. So the day that Sebastian goes missing, that is being opposed because Capricorn is in an opposition. The 929 that Mr. Bowersox has with a lot of anger, his heiress is a 929 in Aries. I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else. I think so. I think pretty much every place is gonna have those type of schools, you know? They're gonna have those type of schools. They're everywhere. I was wondering where you was at, Jeff. My physician that brings enlightenment is right here with Maine. I definitely connect to Maine. My values with communications is right there. Definitely connect to Maine. And I have not been to Maine, not yet. But there's a major opposition with communications here with Sebastian and his dad. Terry Bowersox definitely matches Maine. All right. Let me go back to Sebastian's map. Shoot. Their values are compromised here. So he descends in Taurus, which we know that he does. He's going to descend going this way with relationships and partnerships, about their values, money, Secret Service. They have wisdom here when it comes to their Mars. No, they're Poseidon in Leo. And it squares their values. The missing Sedna, it was critical with communications, letting go of a burden. And there's the DA. And it's about the timing for the DA. And we're going up here. And we're actually going into New York too. And I feel like might as well just show you New York and Sebastian's connections to New York, because I talk about California a lot and other places, but he also, I mean, he connects to a lot of places. It's wild just how many places he connects to, how many places he's been. Some of these places he hasn't been though. So not a whole lot, but man. The 854 that I keep talking about that goes to Melissa is found right here. This is also a connection that she has with Seth Rogers. That's the midheaven and the IC of New York. The 314 that Terry Bowersox has that connects to the state of Tennessee, that 314 is found in New York's chart. Hold on. No, 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 no. No, this is New York's. Oh, this is New York. Mm-mm. Do I have two for New York? The Saturn that Michael Proudfoot has, there it is. It's making a connection with the Mars here in the 6th house, I mean, the 12th house, things of the past. That 2323 that Chris Carr has, it's also going to the state of New York. Me and Seth's sister, we have that 2220, that connection that goes to New York. I've not been to New York. She also has this in the 5th house of kids with New York. I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna look and see if this is the only chart that I have. Because look, this chart is going back to 1626, but I may have a newer chart. Let me see. Let me see if I have the state of New York here. This is tripping me out because I know that I think I've got two charts for New York. I do. New York State, New York. Yeah. And this is the chart that I'm looking at right now. That's where it's centered right there. Okay, so I'm reading this chart now because that 2950 that Sebastian connects with California is also going to New York here at a 2950. That's in the 9th house. So, look at that. 1718 that Katie has. Huh. There's also a connection there with the midheaven and the IC with kids and either homelessness or groups, a group home. They have a 514. Okay, so remember we were looking at those fives, 515, 517. So it's definitely going to go over there. Oh, so no, not only does Massachusetts and Virginia have that 1256, so does New York. I need to remember that. The magnetism here with the 5th house of kids, Seth matches New York right there with the magnetism, with the 5th house of kids. This could be even a, you know, I don't know, Junie, what do you think? There's a Pisces energy here with the 5th house of kids and schools. The way that they create, there's a lot of warring here, a lot of energy, a lot of cardinal initiating energy, but we have the Pisces. So are we studying the head? Are we at a hospital? Are we studying the head? The 6q27 chromosomal deletion? Hmm. Hmm. I don't think Sebastian's ever been to New York. I can be wrong. I mean, I'm not his parent, so I don't know for sure. I'm trying to remember. I know Katie and Seth and Sebastian are showing up in this chart. That's all I know. And possibly Chris Proudfoot here. Possibly him right there. He either he has this. I don't remember. I don't remember. It could be there, it could be here that he is matching. Let me look at the Secret Service. Well, we know that the Secret Service is gonna match New York. We know that. We know that. And if we look at the chart, I mean the map, we see that there's the chart for New York. Let me go back. Let me look at the other one. Let me look at the other map for Sebastian. Jeff's working that. He's working it, doing his moderator thing, baby. Thank you. Let's see. Let's look at New York here too. Let me see if I've got anything. And I know I need to shut up. There's a Newport Academy that's in Connecticut. Dang. It's in Connecticut. So this is leaving the Texas Roadhouse, and that's Connecticut. It's possible, his eyes. Yeah, it's definitely possible. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And look, here's the Cleveland Clinic for Rare Diseases. That's what, huh? And I want to show you something. I've got Ireland. I've taken these all the way out to the UK. The reason why I did that is because I know that one of the friend husbands or ex-husbands or what have you went to the UK. How could Sebastian have gotten through? Well, he's military. I mean, he's military. These military, they know a lot of people. I'm not saying that they're guilty of anything, that John would have been guilty of anything, but his wife is the one that said that he went to the UK, not me. My uncle was in the Navy. And y'all, he's in his 70s, or is he 80 yet? He still talks to his brothers from the Navy. They still come over, they still hang out, they still travel together, they still travel to go see each other. They are tight. They're tight. It's a brotherhood that you're just, I mean, it's a type of brotherhood. This is a friend of Chris's here in right close to Navarre Beach. It's where the FBI gets a wake-up call with the U.S. Marshals. It's a crane operator that works with Chris. But anyway, yeah, there's a Navy base in Norfolk, Virginia, and that is where I could see, like, Chris having some major buddies, some communications going on there, because look, his Vesta in Gemini is the flame of life, and this is where he meets his North Node with all that gabbing that he does. It's definitely mental. And look, I mean, it goes all the way to Norfolk. Goes all the way to Norfolk. And you can see I have a bunch of little addresses here. The Newport News, this is up here where the FBI is. Travel and communications, 2 or more is possible. I got all kinds of addresses, though. This is where Chris lived with Vanessa when they were together. Norfolk. Huh. Now we're getting into the missing up here. Here's Katie. TBI. Now we're cooking with gas here. John Holland, Penny Proudfoot, Derek Guy, RCG Network for Gifted Children. There's the Proudfoots, Faison Center, Brink Headquarters. But this is where the Proudfoots live, right here. There's Derek Guy. That's where the TBI is showing up. I meet them here. That 2117 that I keep talking about, that the TBI and the Secret Service have, this is that degree. This is that degree in Gemini. It's a 2117 in Gemini. That's where the Secret Service have a relationship with the TBI. So I don't know, man. I hope that he's found before 18, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this works itself out, y'all. I mean, that's all I can say. That's all I can say. I think that for the most part, this case, Chris has already said what was going to happen. He's already told us what's going to happen. Mr. Gift of Gab, I get it. I get it. There is a Gersh Academy for Autism in Huntington. Let me look. Let me see. Gersh Academy. I see one in West Hempstead, New York. Oh, I also see one in. Okay, I see the one you're talking about in Huntington. Yeah, I went ahead and put both of those on here. The DA is closer to the one in Huntington. The DA is actually New Jersey and New York. Going into New Jersey and New York. Of course, I haven't looked at New Jersey. The township there, Jesus. I think that it's possible that Danielle Proudfoot lives in Pennsylvania too. Let me keep going. I want to look at these addresses so I don't dox anybody, but I'm in, let's see, Pennsylvania. Hmm. The natal shows up in Pennsylvania. Tennessee does. TBI. I don't know. It's showing up in New York too. Like right around Youngstown, New York. Youngstown, New York. And there is a Bowersox family member that's in Pennsylvania right there. There is a New Hope Christian Academy in Ohio. I don't know about that. I just think that that would be really risky to have him in any school. I just don't think he's in a school. I don't. He would have to be out of country. That would be really, really dumb. There's definitely an associate. So Katie has an associate named Randy that lives in Columbus, Ohio, or that's an address that I have for him, and that's where the DA, she, Chris, the TBI, that's where they're showing up. I don't know, man. I get so messed up from the flow up, thinking about it, looking at it, talking about it. Like, what is going on here? Yeah, why hide him? I don't think that he's in a facility either. I've come to the conclusion where that would be stupid if he's in a facility. It would be goofy of them too to have him in any type of school. He would need to be homeschooled and in an RV, you know? I mean, a cross of truth is where I pull 5 cards and I read those 5 cards to you. I put them in a cross and we talk about the 5 cards that are showing up. The base card would be what's going on with you right now. The second card is going to be that heart center, what's on your heart at the time, and then your challenges, and then an outcome. That's okay. No problem. No problem. I was telling you before you cut out that I do have a yard sign and that I'm in the area each week on Wednesday and Thursday. So maybe we can hook up, Diane. I can give you one of the yard signs that I have. It's not the big green one. I wish it was. I don't have any more of the big green ones. I'm trying to pry one from Seth. He's being stubborn, not wanting to let go of those 2. I mean, he might. He might. But the big green ones is my favorite. He could be homeschooled. He would have to be. I mean, it would be too risky. He's either being homeschooled, or he is literally in a big city far away where nobody knows who he is in a homeless camp. That's the only thing that I can think of after I play the tape all the way through. It's the only thing that makes sense. If he's alive, if Sebastian Wade Rogers is alive, there has been no credible sighting. Why? He's either being hidden out in an RV at a campground, which why? Why? Because they didn't want him to go with Seth? It just I don't know, none of this really makes sense to me, and I think that most people think that Katie did something nefarious, she did something bad. Did you really? Oh my gosh. All you have to do is just click on the link. You just click on the link. You click on the link and then you'll show up on the backstage. You can click on, the cam and take the camera off of you. Oh my goodness. But the crosses of truth, I mean, they're fun. I think that I love reading astrology just because, especially if you have your birth time. If you have your birth time and I read your chart, it's just really, it conveys a lot more. It's more scientific. The cards are fun though. And for some reason, I've always had more people wanting me to read the cards, than do a astrology reading. And it's not because money's an issue. With these people that I know, my clients, the money's not an issue for them. They just love the cards and they think that they're spot on every single time with what's going on in their life. I read the cards like I would read astrology. I'm really dusty right now, but I do want to get better. That's why I'm offering, those readings in the chat, is because I do want to get better. No, don't need to be afraid of your chart. I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to see things like if I'm not going to see I probably won't see anything bad, especially if you're up there in age. If you've already, if you're I don't like to read people that I don't like to read charts that are like, 19, 20, 25. They've barely lived. They're still babies. They have a lot more of life to live. So it's not as fun reading somebody that's really young versus reading somebody that's older. Then I wish that I could get this guy to come up. I wish that I could get this guy, and I probably could. All I need to do is ask him. But the first time that I read him, it was a lot of fun. And I asked him, I was really feeling it, I'm feeling the intuition and everything while I'm reading it. And I was like, "You've been shaken up. You've been shaken up. Have you seen a UFO before?" He was like, "How the hell did you know?" "I have." I'm like, "I didn't know. You just confirmed it." But I did wonder because, of what I'm seeing here. And then I said, "But do you think that you actually saw a UFO, or do you think that you saw something from our military, from the United States military? Because I think you might have seen something from the United States military that looks like a UFO." So that was a fun, when I read, it's always a lot of fun because you're like mind blown and you have no idea how I know. I'm mind blown because I don't know how I know. And so we're both sharing this experience of being mind blown, you know? Some reptile guy posted about it. Oh, wow. Wow. Dang, really? Excuse me. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. And if I did, I forgot. I've never seen a UFO myself. I know that, like, my cousin growing up, she saw one, her and her husband saw one. I do know of people talking about seeing them and things of that nature, but I do think that the United States, I think other countries as well, have technology that we have no clue about. Oh, wow, that's a trip, yeah. It was fun, though. I mean, he couldn't believe it, and that's the greatest for me is to be able to read somebody's chart and be like, "Wow, you know, I'm seeing this. I don't understand it. I don't know if it's I don't even know if I wanna say it, but this is, and when they get that validation and that validation is showing up in their chart, that's phenomenal because they are getting the validation. I'm getting the validation. I know, Women's Warrior, I've been talking all day, it seems like. Jesus, all day. And, the channel isn't providing a whole lot of, you know, drama. We know drama sells. If I was in here talking mad shit, we'd have all kinds of people in here. This is sad, sad, sad. You don't believe in UFOs? Oh, yeah. I definitely think that the government is testing. They're doing all kinds of things. They've done all kinds of things. People do think that there's aliens among us. I've never seen one. I would think that it has to do with your own experience. If you've seen one before, if you think that you've seen one before, hey, that's your experience. It's going to be in your chart too. And I can tell you one thing. The people throughout our history that have allegedly been in contact or seen UFOs, I can promise you I've got their chart and I've studied it. I've studied it. I study all kinds of stuff. If it's hidden and it doesn't have an answer, I want to see if I can find the answer. So there are patterns, and it probably was kind of like when I read that guy that I was telling you about that saw the UFO. I probably was just studying the UFOs. I was probably studying charts of it, and then I saw patterns show up in his chart, and I thought, huh, I wonder. I wonder. Girl, me too. Me too. I'm looking for peace too. There is so much evil in the world. You're right. Right. Exactly. I was watching something of oh, I saw a I saw a post that came up that was talking about Julie Skolnick. And I had seen Julie on TikTok. I don't spend enough time on TikTok. I should. It's just that YouTube is much more of a challenge, and I like it here because it is such a challenge to create an audience here with astrology. But Julie had a lot of really good videos. about autism, and I thought that she was very knowledgeable. But then when she flipped the script and joined the bullies to become a bully, only to get bullied herself and be crying today, hey, a lot of times I think you get what you give. The bullies are gonna end up bullying you too, honey. I mean, it's the name of the game. Oh, well, exactly. I don't believe it either, okay? I don't, and I'll change my mind the moment that I see a little alien wanting to be my friend. I'll definitely be friends. Yeah, I mean, it's just too much drama. It's just too much drama. We're grown folk over here. We're at the grown folk table. If we wanna if we wanna play, we can go to the park, right? I'm not with it either. But I was sitting eating breakfast, and I told Jeff, I said, "Watch, she's gonna cry." And sure enough, she started crying. I turned it off, and I said, "See, I mean, it's sad. It's really sad. But when you play with bullies, you're gonna get bullied." I lost all respect for her, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I just lost respect. I don't like it. I hate it that she feels like she needs friends so bad. Yeah, they do. They stick together, Diane. Navy brothers stick together. I've seen it. Been a witness of it. My uncles, him and his friends, y'all, they have been friends. He was in the I mean, he's almost 80, or he just turned 80. This was a long time ago when he was in the Navy, and he still talks to them. They still come over. He still goes over to their house. Like, there's a bond. There's definitely a bond. Yeah. So you know, Diane. Yeah, you know. I think my uncle is the coolest person ever. Okay, besides Jeff. But I do think that my uncle is so cool. He's got a good heart. He's a sweetheart. But, it's not every day that the Navy can create a sweetheart. I don't know. Poor Sebastian, that's all I can say. Having autism and 6q27 chromosomal deletion, you take him out of that environment and you put him into some type of other environment, he's going to have a hard time coming back. And I hope that that's the case. I do hope that that's the case. Yeah. Yeah. I thought so too. And look, we know why she came to YouTube. The only reason why she came to YouTube is to talk about Sebastian's case. That's the only reason why she came to YouTube. And she has grown her channel off of the drama. And a lot of creators do. I mean, they will grow that channel really quick off of drama. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. And if that's the case, look, they are cracking down left and right, up and down with any type of law enforcement that isn't on the up and up. They're cracking down with that. So the wait that he's going to have before this election in August, he's either going to have to shit or get off the pot. He's going to have to do something different if he wants to be reelected. It's either Chris or his career. That's what I would think if that were to be true. If that were to be true, and maybe it's not. We just don't know. But we do wonder. We do wonder. Yeah, what you said. What you said, Hope. The common sense ain't there. I mean, what would y'all think if I was coming on here crying all the time? I mean, weird. Yeah. You get what you give. What comes around goes around. I don't know why. Like, I really don't know why anybody would spend their days talking shit about somebody else day in and day out, day in and day out, and have thousands of people wanting to listen to it. Them talking about somebody else and showing the same content that they just showed the night before, just to talk about them. So we have to look at not just those creators, but the people that are joining in on the drama. It's just wow. I mean, what the what? What the what? I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you think about it, Jeff? What you think, Jeff? Right. What you said, Benny. Good to see you, hun. What you said. You get what you give. Do unto others as you would want done to you. And look, you can say that you don't. It's not that you need friends. You have so many thousand followers here, and you've got this, and you got this going on. Evidently, you do. Evidently, you do, and it's sad. It's so sad. Yeah, I remember that in his eyes. Yeah, I remember that. Gracious greetings to you too. Hi, welcome in. Welcome to the Watchers, babe. Welcome to the Watchers. Crying will not solve a damn thing except releasing those emotions. But you know what? If I'm going to do something like that, I'm going to do it in private. I'm not going to be on here crying to y'all, sniffling and, I mean, what in the world, y'all? Like I said, we can choose to eat at the big girl table, or you can just go and sit down there. Okay? Go sit at the little kitty table because this is not, it's so sad. Yeah, we're looking for truth. We're looking for truth. The truth doesn't sell, drama sells. And honey, they will get money thrown to them left and right. And so, like I said, we have to just not just look at these creators, but the thousands of people that are going in there for the drama. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. YouTube is a totally different ballgame. Like, let's take this for an example. The moderators. The moderators. If you keep showing up in my chat, I want to mod you. I mean, I just do. Because I feel like eventually when my channel grows even bigger, the people that have been with me since early on, those are the people that I want to mod, right? I don't look at a jealousy. I'm not jealous of, let's say Hope Floats wants to go and mod for somebody else. Oh my God, Hope, I can't believe you just went and moderated for them. I can't talk to you no more. Who the hell am I? I'm a 50-something-year-old woman. I can give a rat's ass who you want to go and moderate for. If you're showing up in my chat and you're sweet to me and you're good to the people that are coming in to Astrology for Mystics, I have no problem. There seems to be this clique We don't have that on TikTok. Exactly. Yeah, TikTok, I mean, we was thinking that it could be. She does have a lot of followers on TikTok. When she stuck to her professional videos about autism, that's where it was at. That's where it was at. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you think that I'm gonna care? Hope if you go and moderate for somebody else, I could care less. Am I gonna, be thinking that you need to be on my team and you need to be here and you need to be doing this and doing that? Who am I to tell you what you should be doing with your time? You know what I'm saying? I would never tell you, Hope, that you would need to do this or do that, you know? Oh my gosh. Exactly. What you said, women's warrior. Yes. Never. It's about quality, not quantity. Yes. But when I was only had maybe 10 people in the chat, it was really cool. It was really cool. We had, 5 or 10 in the chat. I could be showing addresses nobody would ever know because they're not in my chat. They're not watching me. I'm trying to grow the channel for the work because my goal is to facilitate with the law enforcement with the information that they know. So my main goal is for the Secret Service, the TBI, the FBI, all of them to watch me and wonder what the hell I'm doing. That's really my goal. And in the meantime, I want to have fun. What I do I want to make a dollar? You bet your ass I do. Why wouldn't I? I went from real estate to doing this. Why wouldn't I? Want to offer my services day in and day out for people to get a reading from me because look, you get a reading from me, it's definitely about quality. You're definitely going to get the quality. You're going to get that money back and then some. And most people, I can't think of one person actually that I've ever read had that 2-hour reading that they don't come back. And they don't come, eventually, they're not going to come back because they're going to know. They're already going to know. They've been with me long enough that they're going to know. They're going to know when I say they're going to know that everything is happening the way that it's supposed to. And we just have to trust fate. Have faith in the fate, the cards that we are being dealt with. Just trust it. Just trust the process, right? Trust the fate and everything that is happening. Even if you are on your knees, you're crying out to the good Lord, you're calling out to Jesus Christ, and you're saying, please help me. That is still, that is still what is being fated for you at the moment. I cry alone too. And his mother isn't acting like he's missing. I believe so, Diane. Yeah. What you said, my God, it's way too much of it. It wears me out. It wears me out way too much of it. But I get sad looking at humanity and the way that they go in deep and throw money just to listen to drama. They'll throw money to listen to it. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand. I really don't. I don't. And I'm looking at, let's look at something. Let's look at something that just came on. Let me show you something. Hold on, hold on. Let me look at this. Hold on. Oh, I know. I know you did. I know you did. That's why I said your name. That's why I said your name, sweetheart. I know. And I'm sorry. And we'll have to, yeah, I know. I hope that's, I was CC'd on that email. Remember? If you didn't know, I was CC'd on that email. Uh-huh. I'm not going to get into it because what's understood don't need to be explained. I didn't respond to that email because what is understood doesn't need to be explained. And I could, yeah, I mean, exactly. Exactly. Women's Warrior, when I first started, that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I was giving my services away for free day in and day out, and I still do it. Don't get me wrong, I still do it. But I do like to be compensated for my time and my energy, and I do have a granddaughter, and I do have, I want to be able to not have to ask Jeff for money. I wanna be able to take care of myself. Actually, I do enjoy Jeff taking care of me, and he likes it, I think. But I do like to be able to have my own, and it sucks because, I went from having a real estate career to just, giving my services away and trying to do something different that felt better. I don't feel like I'm on a rat wheel. I don't feel like I like it. I like what I do. I love this. I'm passionate about it. I totally understand. Whenever you're ready, honey. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. I think that that's a beautiful thing. That's all you gotta do. Your long form. Exactly. Rosebud, look at what she's gone through. Look at what she's gone through. Wild. Absolutely wild. Heartbreaking. I cannot imagine what she's going through. It's the saddest thing. It's so sad. So I wanna pull something up real quick. Hold on. Let me get let me get this. Let me remove this. Stop screen. Let me share this. Moms who are innocent act like hers. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, it upsets me to no end. At least act. Can you not act? Jesus. Okay. Y'all let me know if you can hear this. If you can't hear it, Just tell me you can't hear it, but I'm gonna see what I can, hold on. I'm about to share my screen, and I know I've been on here forever, but let's watch this for a second. Hold on. Dang it. What's going on here? Because I wanna see this, and I wanna see it with you guys and see what he has to say. Let's see. I'm gonna share my screen. All right. Let's see what Mr. Don B has to say. It says Sebastian's Rogers case, what I discovered will shock you. This was 52 minutes ago.
And what I want to do in this video is basically compare two cases.
Y'all can hear him, right? He's wanting to compare two cases.
Um, the other case, I mean, Sebastian's is going to be one of them, but the other one that I want to compare Sebastian's case to, I've talked about this before, but there's a lot of new people asking me questions about the Sebastian Rogers case, and I just want to compare these two, and you let me know what you think about it, guys. So the case I'm comparing Sebastian's to is one out of Jefferson County, Tennessee. Um, I'm reading about it here. It says sheriff releases new details after missing Jefferson County 7-year-old found dead.
Oh
Serenity
my gosh.
Kinsey, 7-year-old at the center of an Amber Alert, was found dead in Douglas Lake. And let me just let you listen to the sheriff here real quick, and then I'll go into the story about it.
Deputies responded along with the fire and rescue personnel to start conducting a search of the immediate area and also of Douglas Lake.
Deputies found the child's body in the lake just after 11 a.m. Thursday.
All right, so there's the sheriff talking a little bit about it, but the news article gives a lot more detail, and I'll read it here to you. And it says let's see here, Serenity Kinsey was reported missing around 5:15 a.m. See, Sebastian was reported missing around 6 a.m. So comparing the two cases here, the time frame kind of not too far off both cases, right? So she was reported missing around 5:15 a.m. and
I agree, his eyes. KP, she's never really truly cried. Talked about him. I mean, she just doesn't appear to have any emotion about him being gone. It's the weirdest thing. I can't, you can't deny that. I don't think anybody can deny that. And you can say, well, everybody handles emotions differently. Come on, man. Your only son is missing. One of my kids goes missing. They're adults. I'm going to freak the hell out.
her family noticed she had left her home in the night. Another similarity here, right? Let's see. The TBI issued an Amber Alert for Kinsey, elevating the search. The sheriff said a ground search began immediately, and drones were used as well as Tennessee Highway Patrol helicopters and the Knox County Sheriff's Office used their helicopters as well. Now, it says here, investigators found the 7-year-old had left the home 2 other times in the past, but was quickly found both times. In Sebastian's case, we don't have that. Sebastian Rogers, from listening to Chris and Katie, he's never done this before, which is interesting. But I guess there's always first time for everything. But, the difference is, unfortunately, the last time this little girl got out, the outcome wasn't very, very good. Anyway, it goes on to say family noticed she was missing at the time of the call and said they hadn't seen her since 1 a.m. There's another similarity between the Sebastian Rogers case and this case. Katie said that she went to bed around 12 a.m. Of course, Sebastian was already supposed to have been in bed and everything. But I guess they went to bed maybe late, something like that. And they're thinking that maybe she had, gotten out of the house, maybe even early. I mean, they reported her missing around 5:15, but they're saying that she could have, gotten out of the house around 2 a.m., somewhere in that area. But here is another interesting comparison. Let me read this to you. One of the first responding deputies deployed his K-9 partner, which led him to the area of a boat dock on Douglas Lake. Now, we heard that K-9s tracked something to a retention pond not too far from Sebastian Rogers' house, right? But there's no confirmation, no 100% confirmation if that dog was tracking Sebastian Rogers, right? In a retention pond.
It does seem like there's a lot of similarities here. And I agree, y'all. Maybe she cut up an onion. I mean, she is just, I don't know. I don't know. There's something not right. There's just something not right. There's information that she is not conveying to the law enforcement and to the public. There's just things that she's not speaking to the public about or the law enforcement. She is acting like she is hiding something, like she knows where he's at. I think, yeah, he's talking about that. That they okay.
Really
Let's
as
listen.
deep as a lake, a physical lake. So I don't know what happened after the retention pond with, the tracking dog or whatever. So, but anyway, in this case, K-9 partner led the deputy to the area of a boat dock on Douglas Lake. The sheriff's office said TWRA boats, if you don't know what that means, that's Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency. It's game wardens down here in Tennessee, or up here, depending on where you're at in the country. TWRA boats responded to that area and following a scan of the area, observed a suspicious signature on radar near the dock. Divers and an underwater device from Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency began searching the water. They recovered her body and took it to Knox County Regional Forensic Center for an autopsy. So,
That's so sad. So sad. Oh my God. How sad. Unbelievable.
there you have it. So, some similarities as far as, the time. It says here Serenity Kinsey was reported missing around 5:15 a.m. Sebastian Rogers was reported missing around 6-ish. Similar times. The difference in Sebastian's case in this is one, they were searching a lake, which was probably where the boat dock is, maybe 10 feet deep, maybe 10 feet deep. A lot deeper than a retention pond, in my opinion, a lot deeper. So, and also you can't really get boats in a retention pond with, sonar and stuff like that on it too. But I guess they somehow searched the retention pond really good for Sebastian Rogers, never found him. It's got a hard, I mean, so it's not like Sebastian could have sunk through the mud like quicksand and just disappeared. You know what I mean? So I don't know what the whole story is officially with, uh, the tracking dog going to the retention pond. That is something I really wish law enforcement would clarify more on. Um, I don't know if that has anything to do with the investigation, but yeah, I mean,
Yes, I do. I'm like you. I think that they would have found him. I do. Well, in June, he's not doing all that great. So I think that the election is in August, right? Isn't it in August? In June, he's not doing all that great. Exactly, Jeff. They found her because they followed proper protocol and used all resources. Agree. Totally agree. Totally agree. You're fine, Rosebud. I understood exactly what you were saying. Yeah, I don't either. I don't either, Hope Floats. I don't think that that was, yeah, just a ground disturbance of someone. Yeah, I agree. The drainage system around Sebastian's home, oh my gosh. I mean, you're talking about a lot of storm water that would be moving underground. And then eventually, isn't this what we said, Jeff? That eventually it would lead into the creeks and it would follow it all the way down to the bridge where the water empties into the Cumberland River. Yeah, I mean, it's that is where everything gets shady. Everything gets shady. Once they get back home, there's where all the inconsistencies come about. Down to what she said, what he said when they went to sleep. Very much, I mean, it's just, yeah, lots of inconsistencies. How about the ones talking about Big D's, etc., who support the are you talking about Big D as like Bryant Guy? Are you talking about Bryant Guy? I mean, it's possible. She could have had extra shoes. Somebody else could have had extra shoes. Or it's something that they didn't play the tape all the way through. I don't know. They either had an extra set of shoes that nobody knew about, or something went south and she didn't think about the shoes. She didn't think about the shoe part. Many, many ring cameras. None of them saw Sebastian. None of them. None of, I mean, he either didn't make it home or he left in that car. And we have to remember 3 people that didn't even know each other created posts. They took it to the law enforcement and they told the law enforcement. We saw Kathy Bowersox with Sebastian at Warsham's that morning. Yeah, the subdivision is a higher elevation and stormwater would have a lot of downhill travel before it actually reaches Drake's Creek. Correct. Jeff, thank you. Jeff has been there. He knows what he's talking about. Didn't KP wear the same size as shoe? I don't know if she wears a 10 and a half. He wears a 10 and a half. He was 15 wearing a 10 and a half shoe. I don't know what size Chris wore. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it definitely could be premeditated. Look, they didn't want, they wanted full, they wanted custody of Faith. It's a weird relationship that they have with the fixed manage control. They didn't want, Katie didn't want, I don't think that Katie wanted Sebastian to go to Seth's. And she did what she needed to do. Maybe she didn't think that it was going to be so severe and that the whole world would be talking about Sebastian's case. I don't know.
Yeah, they found that little girl in a lake versus, I mean, they were basically searching a lake versus searching a retention pond. Okay, so that's one difference there. Okay, the second difference, not a similarity, but a difference, is this little girl had went missing 2 other times, but fortunately was found very quickly. It's only the third time that tragedy struck.
That's what I'm thinking too. Women's Warrior says it's a thing that detectives look at straight away is shoes when there's foul play, as you don't think to put shoes on someone who isn't walking, or sometimes shoes fall off when moving them, in my opinion. Exactly. When Seth was interviewed a bunch, that was the first thing that he noticed is all of his shoes were there. He knew that his shoes were there. And Katie has told stories. She's not being truthful. And I think that the law enforcement has caught her in some inconsistent stories. And I think that that's where they are trying to build the evidence. That's my opinion. I could be totally wrong. But I do think that they are trying to build evidence against Katie for falsifying a report. When I heard that Chris said that there is just a misdemeanor if there were to be parental involvement and you're missing kids, if there would be parental involvement, it would be just a misdemeanor. I think that Chris is, I think that he thinks that he knows a lot about the law, the way that the law works, but I think that he's going to have a big surprise. If Sebastian comes home after turning 18, wherever, 19, whatever, there's going to be questions for Sebastian. And there's going to be an investigation. So that's that. When Sebastian went missing, right after Sebastian went missing, yes, Narc divers did search. They sure did. I mean, we have to remember EcuSearch came. I mean, they came and they searched the lakes, the river. They did. They didn't find anything. And yeah, Drake's Creek to the Cumberland. Yep. And it does lead to the Ohio River, Mississippi River, and then right to the Gulf of Mexico. Spot on. Spot on. That's what he thinks. Yeah. I think that that's what he thinks, in my opinion. He thinks that won't be it'll be just be slap on the wrist. Oh, it's okay. Glad he's home. And I mean, that I'm hopeful. I'm definitely hopeful that that's the case. I really am. I want to create, and I've got people in my inbox that are ready to search. I think that we do need a search. I think we need to be productive with our time. We need to clear some areas. And I think that, stop 30 definitely needs to be checked. We need to clear that area. It's a lot of terrain there. I don't know. We would have to have a lot of people to clear that area just in case she did something cray cray, you know? But I do have hope. I do have hope. Right. What about rain shoes or boots? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. He does. He definitely has anger issues. Okay. He definitely has anger issues. And let me just, let's let me let me share something with y'all. Hold on. Image file. Yeah. Let me bring that up. Let me bring this up. Hold on. Where is it? Where did I put it? Where did I put that image? There it is. He has he had to have a certificate for parenting skills and high conflict behavior skill courses. High conflict behavior skill courses. The grown man who has been to the Navy still needs parenting skills for high conflict behavior training. Why? I've never been ordered by the court to have any type of training. So if he has to have training with Faith, who has no autistic behavior, and then you have a stepchild that has autism, you can't treat Sebastian like spanking him with a belt, talking to him sideways. This man still needs, I would imagine, because we can hear him talking to women like Heather and cussing a storm, going off about Chloe. He definitely has anger issues. And look, we have the proof in the pudding that is the evidence is clear that he needs high conflict training still. He doesn't know how to play nice with others. His stepson is missing, and the whole while he is on the nastiest channel that you could be on YouTube with Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Some are teeth, some are here, some are there. Right? Right? Making fun of Seth Rogers, the father, the bio father of Sebastian, who is missing. And you think it's cute? You think it's funny to make fun of Seth? Are you are you crazy? Are you a sociopath? What is your problem here? Yeah. I wonder why he got an honorable discharge. Hey, N-War, nice to see you. Nice to see you. And yeah, exactly what he did to Nina, his own child. Thank you. Yes, exactly. I mean, we've got to use some common sense here. It makes you wonder. It really makes me wonder, did he take a deal? Retire yeah. It's very weird that he was discharged. Yeah. They didn't want him no more. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. I've never been in the Navy. I guess that's something that I need to ask my uncle. Or y'all can, clue me in on your experiences with the Navy. Why would they give him an honorable discharge before he actually reached that retirement? I don't understand it. Like I have no idea. So I would like to be educated. Why the Navy? I mean, I could Google it, I guess, but I would like to be educated on that. All this lays back of a domestic violence offender. Let's remember that. You don't have to go to these kinds of classes just because the court thinks it's a good idea. There's a reason. Yeah, period. 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 I mean, I don't has anybody else had to take these type of classes? No. No, we haven't. Oh, we haven't. You're a military spouse, and most people don't retire at 17 unless they are special circumstances. I think he's a special one. I think we got a special one on our hands here. I wonder what the special circumstances would be. Like, what kind of special circumstances? You're thinking that they got in trouble with military for having affairs and DV issues on the other spouses? Huh. You think it would be legal? Yeah. Makes you wonder. Or health. Okay. Or health. Yeah. Medical, maybe. Disability. Yeah. Well, he's definitely not disabled. I mean, he's working a crane. So I don't think that that would be that. I don't think that it would be the health. I could see more like that because he's a crane operator, or he was. He seems to have a lot of time to go to court to try to sue Seth for $20,000 with his buddy, Tiana, Texana. He seems to have a lot of time on his hands. And who does that? Who's going to take the father of the missing child to court and think it's cute, think it's okay? This is the weirdest shit. What would he have PTSD for? Because he never even served a war. Oh my god, in your opinion, CP is a screw with a bolt yeah. Law, law. Y'all are funny. Y'all are too funny. I love it. Love it. I've got to Google it. Like, why? Why would he? Why would someone be given a honorable discharge from Navy before retirement kicks in? How about that? Let's see. Let's see. Medical or physical? Don't think so. Hardship or dependency? Nope. Convenience of the government. The military may initiate a. Let me show this screen. Let me show this. Let me see. Remove that. Now, here we go. Let me show this screen here. He could have been forced out due to his temper. I mean, that's is that possible? So we've got the medical and physical disability. I don't think that that's it because, I mean, psychologically incapable. Nah, I mean, I can see the psyche, the psycho, but may request an early release if a severe personal or family hardship arises. I don't think so. The military may initiate an involuntary separation due to its own needs, such as reduction in force or force shaping, or early release for education. In some specific cases, the Navy may grant an early release so a member can attend school, particularly for certain medical training programs. I mean, he did go to, he's a crane operator now. He was in the electrical, right? But now he's with, does crane operations. And that this is the most common for simply completing the initial enlistment contract. Retirement is a separate status that requires a minimum of 20 years of service to qualify for a pension and full benefits. Right, but that's the thing. I mean, why didn't he just wait a few more years? In all these cases, the key is that the individual's performance and conduct met or exceeded standards, meaning the separation was for administrative or medical reasons, not due to serious misconduct. Okay. So the honorable discharge allows them to access various veteran benefits like the GI Bill, healthcare, home loans, for which and he does have a VA loan. So he was able to access that VA loan. But why not? But why not reach that retirement for the full benefits and the pension? That's what is stumping us, right? Well, in war, here's the thing: if he did have some type of disability, how is he able to operate a crane? You can be discharged for infidelity. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Infidelity. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Adultery can lead to a dishonorable discharge, a bad conduct discharge, or a dismissal for officers, particularly if it negatively impacts military discipline or brings discredit to the armed forces. An honorable discharge is the best possible separation characterization, and the military is generally focused on severe consequences, not leniency for this offense. So factors that can make infidelity less likely. It didn't negatively impact the service member's duty. The service member had a legal separation or a divorce underway, which he didn't. The case is not a priority for prosecution, which is true. It wouldn't be. Why would it be? Dishonorable discharge. This is the most severe type of discharge and can only be imposed by a general court martial. It can result in a loss of veterans' benefits. But he was able to receive a VA loan. He was able to receive a VA loan. Now, inappropriate relationships with a subordinate. Now, I can see that because the man, I mean, I don't know if y'all were watching and listening to him with Terry Lynn, but I was feeling like they needed a room. I was feeling like they needed a room. Let's see, discharge from, let's see, insubordination, section 8. How many years? I don't know. I'm thinking that he served, I want to say 17. He just served the 4 or 5 years he enlisted in. Um, I thought he did that. He just lifetime military possibility. Yeah, understand in war. Yeah, I mean, we value your opinion. I understand that you're just, you're just talking out loud here. That's what we're doing. We're just trying to figure out why, we're just educating ourselves too. We're just educating ourselves. There are significant mitigating circumstances. Okay, so that maybe not. I just don't understand why he wouldn't have tried to get that retirement, that pension. Yeah, I agree with Women's Warrior. We would definitely need, yeah. Yeah. And don't you know, I'm not even, I carry wherever I go, unless I go into court. If I go into places I can't carry, then I don't carry, but I carry everywhere I go. Yeah, it's the sadness. It's so sad. You wonder if he got a med board. I don't know. But do we know that he was in the Navy for 17 years? Do we know that for a fact? Oh, do we know for a fact that he was in the Navy for 17 years? I don't know how we could find that out for sure. And if I've been told by somebody, I don't remember. I really don't remember. I don't remember. I wish I could remember. We could look at some of I mean, because he was shouted out a couple of times with the electrical work that he was doing. Um, okay, so in war, he was born in 83 in October 5th, 1983. So he just turned a year older. So what was that, 42? Oh, you were told that. Okay, so we're not sure. We're not sure exactly. So yeah, I mean, I'm with y'all. If he really was there for like 17 years, then that wouldn't even make sense why he would have a dishonorable discharge. 3 years prior to him receiving, you know, retirement on pension. That would don't even make sense. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm reading this. I'm trying to educate myself here. But why would he get so do we know that he got a dishonorable discharge? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just speculating that he did? Or did we hear that from somebody and we don't really know for sure? Okay, so if misconduct is involved, then administrative separation. Nope, he did not do 20. Yeah, 18 to 38 would be 20 years. Hmm. So this would be a favorable type of discharge if they were allowed to make a conditional waiver of their rights. A misunderstanding or inability, insubordination requires willful intent to defy an order. I could see him doing that if the act was due to a misunderstanding, inability to complete the task, or if the individual refuses an illegal or unsafe order. It is not considered insubordination, and the service member may not be separated for it. We see that he has a past with conflict. He doesn't know how to emotionally handle conflict. Otherwise, the courts would not have forced him to take classes, to take courses. And we're talking about a grown man that has no control over his emotions. We see that. We've seen it, we've heard it. We've seen it and we've heard it. So I can't imagine the way that he was acting, what his behavior was like while he was in the military. I can't imagine. And we have been told, whether it's rumors, whether it's true or not, that he liked to chase women. They had an open relationship. Yeah, an honorable discharge. We don't know. I don't know what rank he was. Let me see if I can let me see if I can find anything. Here's all that I am able to find. Well, I mean, it's not all that I'm able to find, but this is something that I can say that is he was in the spotlight. Okay, so this is Heavy Equipment Colleges of America. Heavy equipment, so this is a heavy equipment college, and there is an alumni here. Chris Proudfoot can tell you firsthand how important receiving the right training and education is to your success. Let me see when this is written. Well, we don't have this is about crane operations, heavy equipment. So could he have gotten a dishonorable discharge to go to school? From military life to civilian life. I like being able to see the fruits of your labor as a project progresses. Chris Proudfoot. If you are searching for mentoring, this industry is full of opportunities. This is an industry that will never go away, ever. I don't care how bad the economy is. You got to have people to build. You got to have people to do other things that most people won't. The money's there. The education is here. Opportunities, even traveling. I'm in Tallahassee, Florida, running the tower crane, and I live in Nashville, Tennessee. Interesting. Hmm. Tallahassee. Yeah, I've already got it on the map. But also have a an address there in Tallahassee. Interesting. Huh. He went in at 18, he would have had to stay till 2021 to be there for 20 years. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how long they were in there, babe. I don't know. I think that that is something that we would have to find out from them, you know? I don't think that there's a way that we can find out. I don't think I think that he went from the military, like this is saying, from military life to civilian life. Chris was in the military where he developed skills and experience using heavy equipment. He worked with an RG crane to safely move weapons systems. So look, he worked with an RG crane to safely move weapons systems. As he was leaving the Navy in 2019, so he left it in 2019. Wow, weird. Chris began thinking about what kind of civilian career he wanted. He had already experienced working in an office setting and managerial positions, but decided that he belonged to the heavy equipment industry. That's when he decided to look into heavy equipment programs offered at HEC. He was able to find a location convenient to him and quickly qualified for just about everything in HEC's crane program. He is now employed as a crane operator for P&J Acromet. He is responsible for daily crane safety inspections and operating the crane to pick up and precisely move objects and materials. When asked what led him to pursue a career in heavy equipment, Chris had this to say: I like being able to see the fruits of your labor as a project progresses. So 2019, guys. One common reason veterans like Chris chooses heavy equipment is composed of many former military members. There are even campuses specifically for veterans. It's no secret that the journey back to civilian life can be difficult, and no one knows that better than the staff of HEC. I love the fact that they dealt with veterans. Most of the instructors are veterans. So everybody had a good understanding of your mindset. Beyond the commonalities between other veterans on campus, Chris also loved how HEC reached out to help students from hands-on training with new equipment, yada, 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 yada. I like the whole school, the way that they have the school set up. It's phenomenal. It's by far the best school setup I've been in, and I've done college. And allegedly, he did college in Maryland. So that's what I found on him there. Let's see. Let's see. Let's look at this is LinkedIn. Yeah, he left the Navy in 2019, point blank. If he went in at 18, It could get him 20 years, yeah. I mean, it could. And I don't know if he would have had a dishonorable I mean, I'm sorry, an honorable discharge. I don't know if that would be true or not, it could be it could totally be a rumor. I mean, he was born in October of '83, and he left the Navy in 2019. So here is the LinkedIn, and he's got 61 connections, Gallatin, Tennessee, and here is Adam Brothers. So I've got Adam on the map. That's not his mama. That's not her. That's definitely his sister. Las Vegas metropolitan area. Huh. That's his sister. But she's not showing. I mean, that looks like her, or is it? Let me see. That looks like her. But that's got her in Nevada. I don't know about that. I don't know. I know that this is a friend of his or was a friend or somebody, I don't know. But I do have him on the map. Career counselor. Okay, here we go. Here we go, y'all. 16 years and 1 month. That's what it's showing. It's showing 16 years. 2003 to 2019. There it is. There it is, y'all. June 2003 to June 2019. Weird. He didn't wait. Could he have gotten okay, let me ask you this. Could he have gotten an honorable discharge and still received the pension and the retirement? Interesting. Very interesting, y'all. So he went to the Tower Crane School of Phoenix, Heavy Equipment College, if he got a medical discharge. Interesting. Why would he get a medical one? How? How can he get a medical discharge and go on to operate a crane? Interesting. Very interesting, y'all. Volunteer 2016 to 2017 host for the people who serve, strengthening the well-being of the people serving in America's military and their families. USO is for people who serve, strengthening well-being, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Near military installations, including combat zones. We serve the armed forces, U.S. active reserve and guard service members. So he volunteered there. Okay. Interests: University of Maryland Global Campus, Turner Construction Company. Show skills: military, organizational leadership, operational planning, Navy military leadership. Section 8. Ugh. 4 years ago, when the mechanic leaves the aircraft carrier, but the aircraft carrier does not leave him. This looks familiar. Love and passion. Gotta love it. Okay. So that's a post that he has made public. That doesn't look like his mother. Or is it? Maybe it is. Kind of looks like her teeth. It kind of does. But she's a realtor. She's a realtor. Makes no sense. I don't think that's her. I mean, it looks like her teeth, but that's not her. She's a realtor. Yeah, that's not her. That is not her. And this looks like his sister, but I don't know. I don't think that that's her either. And it's showing in Nevada. That's not her. That is not her. Huh. I don't think this is her either. Yeah. All right. I know that that's Chris Proudfoot, though. I know that that's Chris Proudfoot for sure. No doubt about it. All right. So I'm going to jump off here. I've been on here all day. I think that there is, there's a lot that we could go over, that we could talk about, that we're going to talk about, that we can go over. But today was just like, this is some intensity that is it's very much um, in the works. Sebastian, yeah, 2008, December 7th, 2008. That's when he was born. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. But I'm going to jump off here, guys. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me all day, looking at the astrology. You know what I'm saying? We've got to look at this and look at there's going to be a lot of transformation. And this transformation is definitely going to transform this case. How? I have no idea, but I'm here for it. And I know y'all are too. I mean, I know you are too, but I appreciate y'all so much. I really do. And I'm gonna end this stream. Thank you, Krista. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you so much. You're welcome, babe. You're welcome. Thank you all, really. I mean, I just want the work to show itself that it's definitely credible. It's incredible. It's innovative. It's different. And my focus and my goal is for the law enforcement to capture this innovative way and to start sharing information with me where I can work behind the scenes, you know. I'm going to end this stream with Sebastian's anthem. Love you guys. Peace out.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth, day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream,